Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
All right. Let's get this thing going here. Alright, so first we're going to watch the sermon on the Bible passage of the week. This week's Bible passage is Psalms 23. Alright, and then we'll play a game of rescue.
2, 1.
The New York Times calls the holdovers laugh out loud funny.
Psalm 23 is perhaps the most well-known psalm in the entire Bible. Many people quote the verse, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." But how many of us know what this psalm really means and how we can actually apply it to our lives today? I believe that in this amazing psalm, you are going to learn today, by the end of this video, 7 very key aspects or characteristics about who God is. And my promise to you is that after watching this video, you will never read Psalm 23 the same again. First and foremost, this psalm has
Nice, Gabs. Looking stylish.
historically been
Yeah.
attributed to David, and in this psalm, David paints 2 pictures of God. In verses 1 through 4, he paints the picture of God being a shepherd who provides and protects the sheep. And then in verses 5 and 6, he paints the picture of God being a host, where he's hosting this banquet and he is inviting his guests. Now, both of these pictures David would be well familiar with, because in David's earlier life, he was also a shepherd who took care of sheep. But then in David's later life, he was a king, more than likely hosting banquets and caring for his guests. But the irony of this psalm is that David pictures himself not as the shepherd or the host, but as the sheep and the guest. Let's jump in. The first characteristic that we see and learn about God in Psalm 23 is his person, the person. Notice the first 2 words, it says the Lord. Let's just stop right there.
I'm in the
This is
third seat. Looks like we go for North America. I don't really see a route of attack that I can do, though. Like, there's not really... Maybe after green makes a move. Maybe I take this 3, go boom, and then up that way.
Actually the Hebrew word Yahweh. And the first mention of this is in Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, where Moses was basically asking the question, hey God, I'm going in here and I'm going to try to free these people from Egyptian bondage. Who am I going to tell them has sent me? And God says to Moses, you don't need to worry about that. Just tell them that I am has sent you, which basically is an all-encompassing term that God is saying, I can be and I am whoever I want to be. Then he goes on to say, is my shepherd, is implying right now in this very moment, my shepherd, implying possession, that he is my shepherd. Now, by extension, Jesus is also our shepherd. He is the good shepherd. It says here in the New Testament, I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. So what does a good shepherd do? The good shepherd purchases the sheep. The good shepherd provides for the sheep. The good shepherd protects the sheep. All of these things is what Jesus does for us. And so by claiming God as his shepherd, David was placing himself in the position of a sheep. Now, if you know anything about sheep, they are not the smartest animals. They make mistakes, they err, they go astray.
Are they gonna bot out right here? Oh, nope.
They want to do their own way. And so basically what was imperative for a sheep is that the sheep needed to make sure that he knew the shepherd's voice. If not, he would get lost and he would go astray. And Jesus says the same thing. He says, my sheep hear my voice. I know them and they follow me. And so if we are going to claim God as the person, as our shepherd, we have to ask the question, are we spending intimate, regular time with God? So much so when God says this, that we know, hear, and understand his voice. The second thing that we see in this psalm is not only the person of God, but the provision of God. It says that I shall not want. You know what? The New Testament says the same thing. Paul says that he shall supply all of our need according to his riches and glory. And this is a beautiful picture of the, you know what? God may not give me every single thing that I want, because he knows everything I want may not be the best for me, but he is going to give me every single thing that I need. In these next set of verses, David is going to describe 4 things that the shepherd does for the sheep. The first thing it says is that he makes me lie down in green pastures. Now, this is referring to rest, right? And one of the things that you know about sheep is that there are 4 reasons why a sheep will struggle to rest. And it's the same reasons that we do. The first one is fear. If sheep sense that there's something around them that makes them afraid, they will not lie down. The second thing are flies. If there's any sort of parasites or flies or any sort of agitation or any sort of distractions or anything around that sheep that is causing them to be uncomfortable or whatnot, they are not going to lie down. The third thing is friction. So if there's any sort of friction going on with these other sheep in the fold, they're not going to lie down. And the fourth thing is food. If they are hungry, they are not going to lie down. Listen, the good shepherd provides all of these same things for the sheep. And in the same way, my friend, God being our shepherd, he says, you don't have to want for anything. He says, I'll take care of all the flies, I'll provide for you, and I'll make you lie down in green pastures. He says, I'll handle the friction that's going on in your life if you yield to me. He says, I'll do all these things and I will cure all of your fears, all of your anxieties, all of your worries, all of your doubts, and all of your overwhelm. Notice it says here that he has to make the sheep lay down, because sometimes, my friend, God knows that what we need first and foremost is rest. But he knows that we oftentimes won't take that rest, which is the reason why sometimes he has to do whatever he needs to do in our lives to force us to rest. Now notice where he makes these sheep lie down: in green pastures, and that's where they would feed and they would be.
Bro, I feel bad for Green right there, because he's just kind of stuck with the 6 in there. If
fed and they would
Orange
nourish
doesn't do
in the
anything.
same way, my friends. God says, I want you to lay down. I want you to spend time. I want you to cease from your work, and so you can nourish on the pure word of God that is going to nourish your soul
Nice.
and give you the strength that you need. The second thing that we see here is that he leads me beside still waters. And so not only does God give us rest, but he also gives us refreshment. You see, whenever a sheep would be led by still waters, they would drink that water and they would experience refreshment. Notice that it describes these waters as being peaceful or still. And you know what?
I like this North America take that I have right now. It's gonna be pretty easy. I should get it in like 4 turns, probably.
That's what God wants to do as a good shepherd in the lives of his sheep, is he wants to provide peaceful places in our lives where we can be refreshed and we can be nourished. So not only has God, the good shepherd, taken care of our physical needs, but now we see he's going to take care of all of our emotional needs, because it says here that he restores our soul. Isn't that a beautiful picture of God? You see, whenever we are dealing with distress, when we're dealing with discouragement and depression and anxiety and overwhelm and hurt and offense and sin and all of the different things that may come to attack our soul, God says, you know what, even though you might be experiencing heartbreak, even though you might be experiencing guilt and shame and despair and depression and all of these things, I have the ability to restore your soul. What does restore mean? It means to mend it back together to the place where it was intended to be. And so God can not only meet our physical needs, but as the good shepherd, God is able to meet our emotional needs. He's able to take all of your hurts and all of your burdens and all of these things in your life,
keep
and
that
he's
open
able
for
to
him.
restore it no matter what you've gone through. He is the good shepherd. So not only has God taken care of our physical needs by giving us rest and refreshment, and God has taken care of our emotional needs by helping us experience restoration, but now as a good shepherd, God is going to take care of our spiritual needs by helping us experience realignment. Because it says next, he leads me in the paths of righteousness. You see, sheep have a tendency to go astray, as I said earlier. And Isaiah says this exact same thing in chapter 53. He says, we all went astray like sheep. We all have turned to our own way, and the Lord has punished him for the iniquity of us all. You see, the good news about God is whenever we get out of alignment with God, he, as the good shepherd, knows how to get us back in line, because it says he will lead us in the paths of righteousness. And that is why he has given us the power and the presence of the Holy Spirit, so that when we get out of line, not if, but when we get out of line, we have a guidepost. We have a guidance inside of us that is going to realign us so that we don't get too far out of the Lord's will for our lives. So not only do we see the person of God and we see the provision of God, but next we see the purpose of God, because it says for his name's sake. So this lets us know that whatever God allows in our lives, whatever experiences, whatever pain, whatever heartache, whatever issues that he allows to come into our lives, all of it is for his glory. It is for his name's sake. In other words, God is so committed to us, y'all, that no matter what is going on in our lives, God is like, you know what? My reputation is on the line here. And so ultimately, I am going to get glory out of this. But next, we see the promise of God, because this is the portion that is oftentimes read at a funeral, and it's focused on someone's death. But I've come here to tell you today that Psalm 23 is a psalm that we can claim while we're in the land of the living, because it says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Let's just focus in on that word shadow. You see, the shadow of a sword can't hurt you. The shadow of a dog cannot bite you. Certain things that may be going on in your life right now is nothing more than a shadow. It can't hurt you, because anything that comes against you has to first be filtered through God's divine plan ultimately for your life. He says, yea, though I walk through. So it means that, you know what, wherever you are right now, it's not meant for you to stay there. You have to walk through. And where are you walking through? A valley. Listen, you're either in the valley as you're watching this video right now, or you are headed into a valley, or you're coming out of a valley. But the good news about a valley, y'all, is that a valley is nothing but a low point that is sandwiched between two high points. So what does that mean? If you just keep walking, because the valley was not intended for you to stay there, if you keep walking, then you will eventually find yourself on the mountaintop again. But the promise is that even though you are in that valley and it seems dark and there's a shadow of death around you and you cannot see your way clear, he says that you don't have to fear any evil, because I am with you. Listen, my friend watching this video right now, even though it may seem right now that the Lord is not with you, that the Lord is nowhere near you, that you can't seem to find him no matter where you look, his promise to you is that don't look at your physical. Know that even though you can't see him, he can see you. Even though you don't know what's going on with God, God knows every single thing that's going on in your life. He knows the very hairs that are numbered on your head. The Bible says that every time you cry a tear, he takes that one tear and puts it into a bottle. He says, hey, you know what? You don't have to fear, because I am with you in the midst of your valleys, in the midst of your storms, in the midst of your pain. But the next thing we see about God, our loving shepherd, is his protection, because it says, your rod and your staff, they have comforted me. And so every shepherd had two tools that were available to them that they would carry around. A rod was a stick that they would use to fight off the predators, to fight off the wolves who would come and try to attack those precious sheep. And then a staff is what they would use to try to corral the sheep and get them back in line whenever they would try to go astray. I'm praising God today because we serve a God that is not only able to protect us from the outsiders, but he's able to protect us from ourselves whenever we like sheep want to go astray. You see, there are some attacks that are coming against us that we don't even realize, we don't even see, that God, our good shepherd, is able to fend off. Now, there's some attacks that might get through, but they have to first be filtered through God, just like in the story of Job. Satan did not have access to attack Job unless he first got permission from God. So, my friends, we can rejoice in the protection of God because God loves us enough that he will protect us from the wolves and ultimately protect us from ourselves. Now, at this point in verses 5 and 6, the scene shifts from outside to inside. David now sees himself not as a sheep outside with his shepherd, but as a guest inside of a banquet that is hosted by someone else. And oh my goodness, I love this next aspect about God because this is the prosperity. Notice it says here, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You see, God is so good that whenever he blesses you, he can bless you as your enemies, as your haters, as people who are jealous of you, people who covet what you have, people who have slandered your name, people who have called you out of your name. He can prepare a host. He can prepare a banquet table while you sit there at that table and feast on the blessings in the presence and the favor of God while your enemies are looking on. You see, that is the power of God in our lives. He is able to bless us with that prosperity. But not only that, but the next part of this verse says that you anointed my head with oil and my cup runneth over. And so we see first and foremost that it was customary in these days, as hospitality was of the utmost importance for someone when they would come to your home, that you would give them oil and they would anoint their head with oil. This is the reason why Jesus in Luke chapter 7 rebukes this Pharisee, because here is this sinful woman and she came and she anointed Jesus' feet with her tears and dried them with her hair. And he says, Simon, you didn't even give me anything to anoint my head. But not only that, it says that my cup runneth over. You see, whenever somebody would come to your home, it was customary that you would give them something to drink. Oftentimes they would give you wine, but they would only give you so much. David paints the picture right here of a God who loves us so much that he, when he blesses us, is able to bless us with abundance. It says, my cup runneth over, y'all. Man, I don't know about you, but that gets me excited to know that we serve a God who's not just able to bless us. He's able to bless us. He's able to bless us to such a point where he can do far more beyond we could ever ask or even think when it comes to blessing us. He says, my cup runs over. But then finally, we see the seventh aspect of God's character, and this is the most exciting. It's the presence of God. Because notice what David says here, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Now, this phrase, house of the Lord, in the Old Testament was referring to the temple, was referring to the place where
Pink is pissing me off.
God
Their play
dwelt.
is terrible.
But we know now by extension that God does not dwell in a temple. God is not limited by a place that was made with hands. He says, one day I'm going to dwell in the house of the Lord forever, guys. And so this is the beautiful picture of one day we're going to be free from this place where there's going to be no more death, no more tears, no more sorrow, no more pain, no more heartache. The old things have passed away, and behold, all things will become new, and we will be blessed with not just the provision of God, not just the protection of God, the person of God, but we will be in the very presence of God. And my friends, this is the essence of Psalm 23. It gives us a beautiful picture of God, our shepherd, who loves us, who provides for us, who protects for us, who has a purpose for us, who gives us his presence and gives us everything that we need. That is Psalm 23, explained verse by verse.
This bobblehead is just ridiculous. And did you notice who it is? That's right, none other than the man who will make this country great once again. Tagline, I'll be back in 2024.
I'll be back in 2020.
This Trumpinator bobblehead is a rare collect.
I love how these people are just like using AI Trump voices to sell these things.
For the last few weeks,
It's like definitely not Trump doing it. Ooh. Did they just open that up so that yellow can hit me? Or not yellow, so that pink can hit me? I think they did. That's rude. Ooh. Loner box.
Suppose I just collected a few things that I thought you were maybe going a little bit off on. Yeah, the joke. Whoa.
Bro, I hate when dudes have painted fingernails. It pisses me off. It's like, get the fuck out of here,
Well, what's
faggot.
up? What do you want to talk about?
So I maybe misread this. It felt like PV maybe didn't want too much conversation to be devoted to Israel-Palestine because I guess that's maybe where Biden is getting a bit fucked in the progressive vote. But I just thought I'd defer it to do it today instead, after the event. But I suppose I just collected a few things that I thought you were maybe going a little bit off on, or maybe just needed more elaborating on. So
Sure, my brain is huge now, so yeah.
Yeah, so I've heard. Yeah. How are you? How's your book going?
I'm almost done. I've got like 2 short chapters left, like 40 pages.
Okay, I'll maybe get to that one in a minute. I've seen.
I think it's so far. I think it's a really well done, narratively done book to show the constant stream of failures from both sides. At least of anything I've read so far, I think it's a really interesting book talking about the political figures involved, and then like why Israel couldn't accept peace here, why the Arabs couldn't accept peace here, what are the conditions that have to be met for peace to be possible, you know, what are the missed opportunities. I just think it's a really well done, like balance on both sides, at least from what I've seen of it. I don't know, I haven't seen any huge criticism of it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably ask a few things about that in a minute. I saw you've done like maybe 3 or 4 videos now, or segments about human shields. So, specifically the human shields policy in 2002, 2005 that was kind of hit by the Israeli Supreme Court. Where are you on that now?
I'm guessing this is going to come up. I'm pretty sure this is part of Inquest into Martyrdom. I think it's going to come up in the Finkelstein book, so I'll probably do some deep dives on it. My understanding is that what would happen is when the IDF were performing military operations on the ground, according to them, what they found was that knocking on the door as the IDF increases the risk for some hostile firefight, and people...
I really hope that... Yes. Everyone's play is just so terrible in this game. Like, what is going on here?
People to end up getting killed, generally Palestinians. So what they started doing is they had a policy where when they were in the area, what they would do is they would try to grab a civilian and say like, hey, can you go and knock on this person's door and tell them that the IDF is here and can you come out, like, basically. And that was the policy. Now, on paper, that seems fine. Supposedly, I haven't dug into this, I'm regurgitating headlines right now. Supposedly there had been times though where Israel either commandeered people against their will or people felt like they didn't have a choice. And I read one story, or one headline, I haven't done deep dives in any of this, where supposedly a person was sent into a building that they thought was booby-trapped to make sure that it wasn't going to explode. In cases like that, I would say that it's obviously not okay. But I think that it's, even if that was the case, it's measurably different than like Israel had a policy to employ human shields until 2002 or 2004, whatever, but yeah.
So I think 2002 was a temporary injunction, and so you're suggesting that it was like most like a voluntary thing.
That's how the IDF policy
enforcing.
Presented it, yeah. But then the question became
is that
like,
how they presented it before 2002 though? Because the impression I'm getting, and it's only from 1 or 2 articles, is that after the injunction, they said that they would no longer use human shields, but they would only limit it to volunteering, which suggests that it wasn't voluntary before 2002. Is that not?
I haven't heard that. You can link me that. We can read it right now, though, if you want. But I'm probably
Yeah,
gonna,
it's
this will be a deep dive thing later. So
Yeah, it's a pretty short article, but what I've got here is basically them saying that after 2002, they're saying they're not going to use human shields, but we're going to just do volunteer stuff for wanted Palestinians. But then also you've got like I think it's either the Supreme Court themselves. I mean, they called it human shields at the time, but it's either Supreme Court themselves or affidavits from soldiers saying that there is basically, it's Judge Barak, the guy who went to the ICJ, him saying that it's basically like, how can this ever be free will?
Sure, yeah.
And then there's like soldiers joking about the idea of like, well, who's going to refuse a request, quote, request,
Yeah.
if you've got soldiers at 3 a.m. pointing guns in your face? So, and this is something maybe I'll look for at some point, but at the end of this article, which seems to be based on the Supreme Court case, is them saying that other methods they used included ordering civilians to pick up suspected bombs, another one being literally grabbing a civilian and firing over their shoulders, and another one being commandeering family homes and using them as military posts, but keeping the families in there to discourage any counterattacks.
So my understanding is all three of those would be explicitly not okay. Yeah, all three of those. Yeah, that's it. Those would be all explicitly not okay. The question is, were those a result of a practice of policy, or were those individual instances of soldiers acting improperly? I don't know what the answer is.
That's what I don't know, because it's it's just saying here that they've used them in this variety of situations. But
I thought that was
when the
my
IDF
understanding.
literally said that they were going to stop it, they were going to limit it to volunteering. So that's where it suggests, that's why it suggests that before then their policy was very much involuntary, crazy shit like that. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to, when I dig into it, my
Me and Orange are homies, for sure. Big time homies right here.
Yeah, when I dig into it, I'll get more information about it. Somebody posted in chat yesterday, so I'm telling you where I'm getting this from, so it doesn't seem like I'm not like too married to this. Somebody posted in chat yesterday, in the history of them using this policy, literally only one Palestinian ever died doing it. Now, that doesn't exonerate it. That still makes it bad if what you just said, if those three instances happened, and that was true, like even if they had 100 Palestinians check for bombs and none of those were bombs, that's still 100 different instances of using a human shield, of conscripting a civilian to work for you to prevent harm from your people. That's still bad, even if they weren't. But there are worlds. It's so annoying because nobody's good faith about this. There's a world where I would technically think that not only would that be a good policy, even as a Palestinian, you might want that policy. I think I read a story or whatever, or I read an example of like, let's say for instance that your son or a family member, the IDF wanted to talk to them, right? And you were on your way home from a grocery store and you saw some soldiers that were kind of like outside your house, and I see that they're about to go and knock on my door. If a soldier came up to me and was like, hey, listen, we want to talk to your son. Do you want to go knock on the door and tell him to come out, or do you want us to do it? I would much rather do that. I would much rather do that than the IDF barge in or whatever fucking bullshit might happen there. But yeah, but I mean, again, the question is like, how did it play out circumstantially? If it was the case that only one Palestinian died, that seems to point in the direction that maybe it was a good policy. But if what you're saying is true, that because human shields, I don't think you can use human shields against like Hamas, but against like civilian populations, I think the IDF could absolutely use human shields. In the West Bank, you don't want to.
I think Red is the one who's playing the worst, for sure.
Kill your fucking family members to kill IDF soldiers. Hamas might want to, but not civilian Palestinians. It could definitely be an effective deterrent. So yeah, but I'll dig into it more. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same article I'm reading is saying that one was killed, some 19-year-old, after being forced to knock on a Hamas guy's door, and then the rest, some wounded. But yeah, do you know if I haven't been able to find this yet, but do you know if the actual Supreme Court case or any summary of this, what the Supreme Court said themselves is out there? Because that's.
I think I read the dissenting opinion. And I think the dissenting opinion, because there were three, they were short. These were like paragraph or two long, I think. So maybe it wasn't even the full thing. Maybe they're just clips of it. But I think the dissenting opinion was the guy, I want to say he basically said like, yeah, I can understand why we'd want to ban this because it looks bad. But like at the end of the day, all we've done is we've made Palestinians less safe because we're trying to give into some political thing to look better. but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard, and I think it was the National Religious Party said that it was like making life harder for everyone. But yeah, it seems to be one of those things that very much like the left were in favor of the ban and the right wingers were like no. So yeah, but I think the way that you'd phrased it earlier was just like that the policy used to be, well, we'll just ask them to It seems to be the case that soldiers and the Supreme Court themselves basically viewed it as coercive, at least until 2002.
But that, well, the possibility,
So, yeah.
but I think I even said that when I mentioned it, because I think that was one of the chief criticisms. It was like, well, how much consent does a Palestinian actually have if there's like 7 IDF soldiers standing there, you know, with M4s? It's like, you know, hey, do you want to go knock on that door? I don't know. It'd be interesting to see stats on like, I don't know if the IDF collected it, how many people agreed and what was the fail rate? Like what if only like 10% of people agreed? Well, it doesn't seem like there's that much coercion if there was, but if it was like 98% agreed, and it's like, okay, well, either it was a really good idea to cooperate or they really felt compelled to do it. Like, yeah, I don't know. But I don't have a lot of conviction around any of that, because that, like I said, that'll be something I dig into around the.
Yeah, because I can see the argument with the fact that it might be more violent if you just have them banging the door, being IDF, open up, like rather than just like using a decoy or something. Yeah, okay.
Like even if the police were to come to talk to my son, I mean, my kid's 12, but like if he was like 18 or something or unruly, like I would absolutely want to first pass at talking to my kid to tell him we need to go out and talk to the police rather than the police like barging in. Although we're all white, it's fine. But like I would definitely want the opportunity to do that. But yeah, I mean, I could see it going either way. Also, something that I'm really stressing when I'm fighting with people is there's a big difference between policy and bad behavior. So like, for instance, somebody tells me, has it ever been the policy of Israel to like intentionally target and kill civilians? My understanding is no. It's never been that policy, or at least in the past 30 years, it's never been that policy. But that's a way different question than, has an Israeli soldier ever committed the war crime of targeting and killing a civilian? If I had to guess, I would say almost for sure, yeah, I'm sure that's happened several times or dozens of times or maybe hundreds of times, hopefully not that, but most likely, yeah. But there's a big difference between like a soldier did a bad thing that they never should have done versus like the policy of the military was to engage in this behavior, right?
Well, it seems to be that since 48, the Israeli thing has been like, even if they want to do something, they won't make it policy, right? Even in 48, when they quite clearly wanted as many Arabs gone as they possibly could, but it never became policy, right? It was always just like, yeah.
I would disagree. I think it literally was policy, right? Because remember, during that civil war and the ensuing war, they were like, take as much territory as possible. Literally, that was the whole plan.
No, not taking territory. I mean, yeah, taking territory, that was definitely a goal. No one can test that. But expulsion, as far as we talk about policy, depending how you define policy, it was much more of a kind of like, we're going to communicate this understanding from the top down, right? So there'll be areas where like Ben Gurion would be in a meeting of like, what do we do with the 50,000 people in Lida and Ramla? And he's just not saying anything. But then they go outside for a cigarette break and they ask him and he just waves his hand as if to say, F them all off. And then they do it. That's what I mean by like, was it policy? So technically, no, it wasn't like the government from the top down, but there was very much an understanding. There was very much like, no one's going to get reprimanded if you do it. You can be very loose with how you interpret hostility in Plan Dalit. And then just like different commanders from like sort of the middle down giving orders like that. Yeah, that's more how it works. That's what I mean by policy.
Interesting. I'd have to dig more there, but I think I disagree. I think it was explicitly the policy for expulsion, destroying villages. Like Deir Yassin wasn't like a one-off, like, oh my God, how did this happen? Like, I'm pretty sure they explicitly said, like, yeah, we're gonna fuck shit up, and our goal is to literally make these people never want to come back. You know, these people. Like after the 48 war, when there were Palestinians from Gaza that kept trying to sneak back into Israel, some were committing crimes and terrorism, but I think most of them literally just wanted to like go back to their homes or set up shop again, like near where their village was, if it hadn't been overtaken by, you know, a kibbutz or whatever. The policy at some point was like, kill all these people or like go back over the border and like destroy them so hard that they don't want to come. And this was like, I'm pretty sure the outspoken policy of the IDF. This wasn't a secret, and they did this over and over again.
The barring of them coming back was policy. Yeah, 100%.
Oh wait. Oh.
I guess, yeah, I think it's mostly just a semantic thing when it comes to the idea of whether the expulsions were, because for Plan Dalit, the argument against that not being a quote expulsion policy was that they would say that it was more to do with villages that presented hostility, for example, like on roads that they couldn't get their resources towards, and then trying to consolidate just secure passage between cities, and then they would expel people on the basis of hostility rather than just a blanket policy of expulsion. But that's kind of where the big dispute comes. So it's whether or not this had been a premeditated and planned ethnic cleansing, or whether it was actually just an understanding that was communicated from the top down in a kind of unofficial way. Because Ben Gurion's whole thing was very much he didn't want to be ever seen in history as the great expeller. So he can be look at everything we're saying and look at all these orders and all these documents. We're not saying kick out all the Arabs. It was never that simple. But obviously they were doing that, but just in a more unofficial way.
I think the frustrating thing is that the Arabs in general, at least up to 73 and onwards, they just managed to make exactly the worst decisions every single time, which gives Israel a pass on so much stuff. So or I wouldn't say a pass actually, but I would say so for instance, the Nakba, right? What would have happened if all of those Palestinians hadn't fled? Because my understanding is for the majority of the
Is he gonna go up through my 22 right there? That would be very stupid of him.
Nakba, the vast majority of them fled because they were worried about their villages getting fucking destroyed, right?
Yeah.
What would have happened if they would have stayed? I think it would have been really awkward for Israel to deal with. Do they keep them there and have this demographic challenge inside the newly formed country, or do they actually expel them? Because for the Nakba, they didn't have to actually expel 700,000 people. It was a fraction. Was it 10%? Do you know how many? I think it was less than that. Wasn't it under 100?
10 to 15%.
Was it 10 to 15?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That they expelled, and then 600, 500,000 left on their own. What would have happened if they would have stayed? Well, we don't know, and we can't answer that question, unfortunately, now, right? So, yeah.
Well, I mean, some who stayed got massacred, right? So 25 minimum massacres after people stayed and surrendered.
Sure, some might have, but then a lot of them were integrated in and worked, and also there was a lot of back and forth violence. I don't know if they were all straight out just massacres, because even... well, I don't want to get too deep into it, but even the Deir Yassin thing, I'm sure did that traveling Israeli guy, or Israeli traveler, or whatever, did he debate you on that at all?
He didn't debate me on it, but he made a response on it. I mean, he doesn't deny any of the facts of what happened. People were killed after surrendering, and the people who died...
What is he doing? I'm so confused with this play.
In the fighting were mostly civilians. He didn't deny either of those things, but
Sure.
He thinks it's not a massacre because the majority of the deaths happened in the context of a shootout.
Yeah.
And then after the battle ended, 20 to 30, 40 people were killed, but he doesn't call that a massacre. It's retarded.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's it's just semantics. But as for Deir Yassin was also quite an exceptional one because the Haganah didn't actually want to do it. They didn't consider that village to be militarily significant. They considered that they had been making a good effort to keep the peace. Originally the plan there was to expel them that was what the Irgun wanted to do. But obviously people, like, they suffered like a third of their forces having casualties. They got really fucking mad, and then they shot them. A bunch of people were shot.
Does he move his 50? What is he doing? Does he really think that he's going to be able to take my... Okay, Knuckle.
After surrendering. But when you're talking about the people who would have stayed, yeah, that would have presented a massive problem. But that's what I mean by the expulsion policy without policy, is that, like, even in places like Haifa, where the official Jewish line from the leaders was stay after the battle, like, we wanted the Arabs to stay, but on the ground you've got the Haganah who kind of don't want them to stay because they're kind of unruly. It's difficult for them to consult.
I wonder if Green is going to retaliate at all, or if he's just going to take his spot back.
Consolidate control, especially if you're preparing for a war. So they would be very like they would arbitrarily search people. They would like have very poor responses to looting from the worst excesses. They were just very, very rough with the population. So that basically just made them want to leave anyway, right? So you kind of have like mixed messages, even in situations where the official line is to stay. And also, that's not to mention the Irgun and Lehi, who were literally running around occupied towns trying to get people to leave by terrorizing them. So, yeah.
What is he doing? What is this? Why would you do that? You just pissed everyone off. Dumbass.
Where are you now with Arab war aims in the 48 war? I saw you were talking to one of my dudes about it yesterday.
I think it was 100% territorial conquest. And then kind of with the secondary goal of maybe trying to expel Israel. But I think it was mainly the states were all just looking to expand their territories.
So you're not really committed to the idea that it was like that they were wanting to genocide them or anything like that anymore?
I mean, I think they would have if they had the opportunity to, but I don't know if they had the ability to. And I think the primary goal was acquisition of land. I think a secondary goal was expelling all the Israelis if they could, if the war was going really well. Maybe a tertiary goal, maybe would have been genocide or establishing a Palestinian state. I don't know. But I think the first two were like way more up there.
Yeah.
There's something I have to tell you.
I can't hold it any longer. I've fallen in love with thriftbooks.com.
And there are millions of new and used books
Under $5. We can have it all.
I think I'm just going to give you my take and then we'll see what you say.
Okay.
I think as far as trying to say that the genocide, I think you can, if anyone's going to make that argument, it's based on two things. One would be the fact that none of the documents are released, so we don't actually know what they were planning behind the scenes at all. We can only guess based on public statements that are very sparse. As far as genocide goes, I always get skeptical about people holding on to just like one or two quotes. You know, that's the same thing with, I guess, the ICJ case right now with South Africa.
Sure.
I think you mentioned it yesterday, this idea, the General Secretary of the Arab League saying that there's going to be a war of extermination and momentous massacre. It'll be like the Mongolian massacre or the Crusades, right? That one. But if you even look at the context of that quote, which is probably the worst one, is that the context of that is basically similar to a few quotes that he'd made a few years earlier, and him saying that there's the context of this time is Jews and Arabs both blaming each other for how a war is going to start, and him saying that
he
is
was just pissed at I think I win now. Like, there's not really anything that could stop me from winning here from this point on. I mean, I guess orange kill set. Yeah, orange will kill set kill. Ooh, at least he only got a 4. That's good.
basically just like hyperbole of him saying that, of him trying to blame any war that starts on the Jews and just saying he doesn't want it. But even if you have a quote like that, which is really, really extreme and seems very clear cut, it doesn't really match anything else this guy ever said. Before, like, he said that a year before the war started. A few days before the war started, he was actually much more frequently committing to an idea of saying things like, we want an Arab Palestine, but as for the Jews, the idea is that they just exist as an ethnic minority and, quote, they can have citizenship and be as Jewish as they like. And even for some Jewish majority areas, he was offering like autonomy. So
I'd have
like,
to see what that quote is. My feeling for what you're referring to.
Now let's see what red does.
That wouldn't surprise me at all, because I don't think any of the early people cared about Jewish people that much. What they cared about were Europeans. I think that was the really scary thing, was the European settler project that was coming into Arab land, not necessarily about Jews. And the Jewish Europeans that were coming in here did not see themselves as Middle Easterners, and they wanted to set themselves. They viewed themselves as superior. They wanted to be democratic shepherds of Western democratic values and shit into their new secular area, and they saw themselves as better than the surrounding kind of like religious dogs or whatever. Not, I'm trying to act like a racist about it, but they very much saw themselves, I think, as Westerners versus Easterners. And the Near East people that were there definitely saw themselves as like the native people, and these are like European invaders, I think.
Yeah, but as far as with this guy in particular, it seems to be that he had pretty decent relations with the actual European Zionists. I mean, even Ben-Gurion described him, and this is after the quote's been published in that newspaper that it came from. You've got Ben-Gurion describing him as the most, or one of the most honest Arabs, like Arab leaders to deal with. Like he called him like the most honest, the most humane, like literally one of the good ones is how Ben-Gurion described him. So yeah, it's just that's the thing is I always get was when people, there's this tendency to like once people have kind of got like a preference with like Israel or Palestine, and then like the levels of charitability become very varied between the two groups, right? Because I feel like if you heard this from if people generally heard this from a Zionist leader, there would be very much people wanting to hunt for context and what exactly that quote means and where it came from. A feeling that I had, so as I've done political research over the past year or two, one thing that I've been big on as I've been talking to people is I don't put much stock in quotes at all. Because like, show me a military action or show me an action of a country afterwards, because people say wild shit and a quote just doesn't mean anything to me. So I'm so sorry. Excuse you.
My Red Bull, shut up. So what I would say is, so I'd say, okay, well, show me military actions or show me country actions after. I don't care about the quotes. in Shlomo Ben Ami's book, he actually ups that a lot and has kind of changed my understanding even more, such that like public speeches by politicians are incredibly tactical things. However, like what happens is, so one thing I used to fight about relating to the 6 Day War, or we can even talk about like 48, is I would say something like, Israel wanted to preemptively strike because they felt like the Arab countries wanted to go to war. And they were ready and preparing for war. And the counter arguments I would get all the time is, well, no, they actually didn't want to go to war. They didn't want to go to war. And what I never considered was that both of these statements could be true from both sides at the same time. So something that Ben Ami talks about a lot is a lot of times Arab leaders would substitute aggressive rhetoric or would substitute war for aggressive rhetoric. So if their populations were unruly or they were getting restless or they hated the Israelis, then they would say, yes, we will kill them everywhere we see them. And they would ratchet up like the mobilization of the armies. They would ratchet up these like dumb little cross-border things, whatever they could to satisfy their population, but they didn't actually want to go to war. So like my position right now for the 6 Day War, for instance, I don't think the Arab states at that particular point in time wanted to go to war. They just wanted their population to think that they would so that they looked big and tall and strong. But simultaneously, I think it's super fair that Israel looked at it and was like, these motherfuckers are going to annihilate us. So I think that like a lot of these things can be simultaneously true. When you talk about the General Settle stuff, I don't think I would ever lean on a particular quote. I think the figure that I would lean on and the actions that I would lean on would be, one would be the Al-Husseini guy, the Mufti, because holy fuck. And then two would be the assassination of Abdullah I in East Jerusalem, I think, when he traveled there after Jordan took over the West Bank. Because I think the Palestinians there considered him, was that because he was unloyal because he didn't push far enough into the Israelis or didn't do a good enough job or was making peace or not making peace? But like, I don't know if Jordan ever actually even fought Israel in 48. I think they like took East Jerusalem.
They fought in Jerusalem.
Didn't they? Yeah, but they like stopped. Like I think it was mainly, the majority was like Jordan took a ton of territory and then they just like kind of chilled. They might have fought a little bit in Jerusalem, but that was like it.
Yeah, because Jordan had the Arab Legion, and of all the Arab armies, the Arab Legion were the only ones who had any success fighting against Israelis, and they weren't even really that committed to the war. So as far, again, we're talking about Arab goals. The Jordanians wanted to take the West Bank and East Jerusalem. They didn't really want to do anything else. They didn't want to commit genocide. They didn't want to take any Jewish territory from their side of the partition plan. They hated al-Husseini. It was al-Husseini supporters who killed Abdullah.
Yes,
in 50,
one of his family members, I think, or from that group of people. Yeah.
And you're right about al-Husseini, but again, that also would go in the favor also against the genocide thing, because the other Arab leaders, when he turned up to Arab League and Arab Legion meetings, like he was barely ever invited. He would just turn up. They all didn't like him, even to the point that I don't even know. And this is something I get into arguments with people quite a lot, is like, I don't even know how popular al-Husseini authentically was in Palestine either. Most of the population in Palestine was illiterate. It's like 50 to 70%. That whole like nationalism of al-Husseini in particular was very much an ideology of the upper classes. Most of them left before the war even started.
Sure.
And when it came to al-Husseini, Abdullah basically preferred living next to an Israeli state than next to an al-Husseini state. Like that was very
that continued
open.
into the 2000s, I think, where Jordan was more interested in forging ties because of all the stuff going on with the Palestinians historically and everything.
Yeah, and even local leaders, I didn't know this until quite recently, was that when the war was when the Arab militias were being kind of diverted towards urban warfare because they were failing at the rural level, Arab local leaders from Haifa, Jerusalem, and Jaffa actually went to Egypt begging al-Husseini to leave the cities alone, because they didn't want the same kind of like war to the end that he did. They wanted, because these were multicultural cities, they wanted to stay that way. So it's like, I don't think people can ever like exaggerate just how much of a like renegade al-Husseini was, even just like in terms of because he was appointed, right? He was appointed by the British, even though he only came in fourth for the position of Mufti, as a political move. Even when he had power, he worked very, very hard and very aggressively to keep that power, often against his like opposition in a very repressive way. So in the Arab Revolt, people who opposed the Arab Revolt were literally like chased around and murdered. Like one of the ways that Husseini liked to kill his political opponents, like fellow Arabs, was to throw them into fucking pits with snakes and scorpions. So he ruled with a proper fucking iron fist. And that's the thing, is that like the one leader who I think did have genocidal intent in the 48 war from the Arabs was someone who all the other Arab leaders hated. That's why Lebanon barely got involved in the war. They only took like one village. You know? Yeah.
I think that something that was interesting to me, this is a question that I'd asked a lot before, is
Whoa!
oh fuck, all my thoughts just went to Lebanon. I lost it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I might have even asked you this question. Actually, I think I asked you this question over the PV weekend. Why were Jews so good at like diplomacy and politicking versus either all the Arabs or the Palestinians? Like, I don't understand how they outmaneuvered them so hard. And there's such an interesting passage. It's a couple paragraphs that because Ben-Ami reflects on this, and he's like, you know, why was this the case? And a really interesting observation that he makes is that as Israel is maneuvering from 48 to from 48 to the 90s, Israel's facing constantly the existential threat of elimination. That when things are getting really fucked, their back is against the wall and they're facing extinction. So it forced them, and many times, to be realistic about what they could achieve. That Israel couldn't afford to gamble on idealistic plans. There were plenty of times where they had to make concessions, where they had to beg for help, or to do whatever they could to remain okay in the eyes of the United States, but they do all these things because they were constantly worried about being eliminated. And none of the surrounding Arab states, or even the Palestinians, ever really have that fear. They can always afford to hold out for the next deal, or commit the next terror attack, or wait for the next war. They don't need support from the West. Even when they lost support from the Soviet Union, like, they've got all their surrounding states to help them. And that like pragmatic imposition on Israel from the realities, from the conditions that exist on the ground, might have been the thing that always pushed them towards considering more realistic options. And ironically enough, and then this feels good because it's funny, although I didn't realize it, but something I said before was more true than I even realized, that people hyping up Palestinians are actually hurting them. And then Shlomo expands on that by saying that, like, actually, yeah, people inflating Palestinian dreams to unrealistic heights, because Palestinians will never actually face extinction, will never actually face genocide, is always basically prompting them to fight for more and more and more and more. Because if they lose, well, they'll just wait till the next intifada, or they'll wait till the next UN mission, or they'll wait until the next whatever happens to give them another shot at it, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's mostly a good answer. You did ask me at the time, and I had a banging answer, even though it's only... I never heard it anywhere else, but I think it makes sense.
What was your banging answer?
It was that Zionism, even though it came from the 1870s, it was a modern movement.
Thanks for the 5 subs.
Like, it had already been through it. It witnessed like the Enlightenment and all that kind of shit. So they were very modern in the sense that they were very...
I don't think that he is good, actually. Is he gonna bot out now? I think he is. Alright, now let's see if Red understands what's going on. What a piece of shit.
Meritocratic. They were very based on talent. They were very willing to represent people who would otherwise not be represented, right? Like women representation was a part of the Zionist movement before it was basically anywhere in Europe, before the UK at least. And obviously, because diversity is our strength, they were
unironically like
very,
imagine being woke, blah 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 blah, in fucking Israel in the fucking 70s has Golda Meir, a fucking woman, as the prime minister in an existential war. Yeah, and it's not even like a thought, you know.
And she especially, like, she was one of the chief. She was like the spearhead of raising funds in America and the UK for the 48 wars. She was expected to fundraise $25 million for arms from Czechoslovakia. She came back with 50 million and then did it again in the same year. So like that. But as unfortunately for the Arab leaders, their leadership was very much reminiscent of the Ottoman Empire, like a 500-plus-year-old feudal system that was all about families and who could take who just happened to be in the right place at the right time, you know, people like Al Husseini, you know, just like total fucking shit for brains, like racist psychos who didn't really have anything that much to offer their own people and were just considered with keeping their own station. So I think that's a really big thing as well, is that the Arabs were kind of like unfortunately stuck with a lot of the remnants of the Ottomans, especially Palestine, because under the Ottoman Empire, the land of historic Palestine was actually kind of fucked even a bit harder than the rest of the Middle East. Like they were kind of abandoned. They didn't have like natural resources. That's why the illiteracy was so high. And the people who managed to take power out of that transfer from Ottomans to the UK, it was just families trying to improve their lot. And that's why you've also got like this phenomenon of nationalist leaders selling their land to another nationalist movement that's planning to take it over.
Beautiful.
You know, and
exactly.
I think a really good example of that was Ibn Saud, the king of Saudi Arabia, and his contribution to building up to the partition plan. I think it was the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry that was considering what to do with the Palestinian state and whether, like, the borders and everything. And his method of negotiating was taking these British and American politicians to where he was, to Saudi, and lecturing them about like how we have the power of the sword and we got rid of the Romans, so we'll get rid of the Zionists as well, that kind of shit. And basically just offering them like really ridiculous bribes. Like he offered them like a golden dagger and a robe to each politician and then took them for a tour around his harem. He offered one of the British politicians a wife, like the chairman of the committee. So I'm like, So that's what I mean by like feudal fucking representation. You know,
that's interesting too, because Israel always tried to be somewhat empathetic. No, that's not true. Never mind. I was going to say Israel tried to be somewhat empathetic and understand the desires and wills of other nations, but that's not actually true. The only ones they really understood were other Western nations, because Israel at multiple times did fuck shit with their Arab neighbors without realizing how stupid they were being.
Shit.
But yeah, the Arabs and like the old world, I don't know what you would say it, versus like the Israelis and the European New World were definitely at ends with each other, and you could see that in multiple points in the conflict.
Yeah, and it's also like even the partition plan negotiations. Partly, they also did just have a little bit more sympathy from Western leaders. So I didn't even notice that that partition plan vote might not have even passed with the supermajority that it required had it not been for US and British pressure on smaller nations. I think it was Liberia and one other, Greece, was it? Yeah, there were two nations that were literally like basically threatened with economic sanctions to vote in favor of the partition plan. And I think that was the difference of whether or not it would have passed at all. But also like when the UN was drafting the partition plan, the Zionists went there and buttered everyone up and bugged all the meetings, so they knew what everyone was thinking, what everyone wanted. The Arab leaders went there and just lectured everyone and didn't budge on anything. So yeah, but that is the kind of phenomenon you get when you've got like autocrats versus people who are selected basically on a meritocratic basis.
Which is why one of the people, I don't know if I brought this up or not, if I ever do an autobiography or biographies looking at people, the Sadat guy in Egypt seems really cool. Of all the people I've learned about in the region, he seems like one of the bravest and coolest leaders to emerge, especially coming from an autocratic regime like that. But anything else? What else?
Yeah, where are you on Ben Ami's opinions on Camp David? Was it actually a great deal, or was it?
It was an amazing. All of these were good deals. The Palestinians
Okay.
are fucked themselves over and over and over and over again. No, not the Palestinians. Kind of the Palestinians. Arafat was a terrible human being. Arafat was a garbage fuck human being.
What does Ben-Ami actually say about Camp David in the context of if I was Palestinian, I wouldn't have accepted that deal?
The problem, when he's saying that I might not have accepted that deal, so what Ben-Ami does throughout the book is he tries to say, like, what are the possibilities that somebody could have pursued peace at this time? And then he tries to say, so like, for instance, one thing that Ben-Ami says is, oftentimes peace can only come after a side has vindicated itself through military victory or whatever. That, like, for instance, peace with the Arab states in a conciliatory manner where you're taking territory from them after 67 probably
My
wasn't
heart was racing
possible.
there.
The conditions weren't right because Israelis were way too full of hubris and messianic hallucinations after winning wars, and it humiliated the Arabs, and that the conditions for peace probably weren't possible. But after 73, where the Arabs showed that they had some ability to stand up to Israel militarily, and when Israel was finding itself increasingly worried about doing things, the conditions at that point might have been more correct for peace. Israelis, even though they won in their blitzkrieg fights, they didn't like war of attritions, where over periods of time they were losing people, because Israel thrives on its military power, not on its population that it can throw continually into machine gun fire like the Arab states could. So he talks a lot of different points about, like, the conditions for peace were probably such that it could have happened here or it couldn't have happened here. With Camp David on the Israeli side, the
That
conditions
sketched me out for a second. I thought that I wasn't going to make it. But I win now. There we go.
conditions for peace were there. They had the negotiators, they had the government, and the government had an unbelievable amount of courage. Even though they didn't have support of the population and they probably didn't have the political support of the home front, they were still willing to bank everything on getting that deal done. But Arafat was a man who always lived in paradox, or always lived in ambiguities, and he thrived.
But no, he will, until like the end.
In it because he was a celebrity, he was a diva, he made lots of money, he enjoyed to fight with terrorism, he always liked to employ all of these tools and never have a committed position at any point in time. And Camp David, it's possible that he never went to Camp David with even an end goal in mind, and he constantly fucked around with the whole process. Now, American
Ottoman Empire. every argument for atheism.
That night out on the ice, you saw something.
Someone in this town's hiding something.
You have to dig to get to the truth.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
A new, fast-growing Christian YouTube channel, Redeemed Zoomer, put out a video promisingly called All Atheist Arguments Answered in 10 Minutes. Let's see how he does.
Atheists have a lot of arguments, but they never really think of anything new that the church hasn't had answers to for the past 2,000 years. So let's answer them. Religion causes wars. Well, actually, only 7% of all human wars were caused by religion, and if you remove Islamic wars, that number drops down to 3%.
Right off the bat, this isn't really an argument for atheism, just for the idea that religion is harmful. Even if religion caused no wars at all, that's no actual evidence that any religion is true. Still, even if religion only causes 7% of wars, isn't it a problem that it causes any wars? The claim is not that religion causes all wars, or even most wars. Just
everything causes wars, and it's not due to actual religion. It's due to human beings.
Sometimes
it's due to human beings.
Causes wars. I mean, to use a crude example, as far as I'm aware, National Socialism only ever caused one war. One out of the thousands that we have documented. But of course, even if the vast majority of wars were started for other reasons, it's still a problem that this caused a war at all. Not a perfect analogy, but you get what I'm saying. And it's worth asking, wherever there is a totally non-religious conflict, do you think that such a conflict would be calmed or exacerbated if we were to introduce religious conviction? Perhaps only the correct religion would make things better. That's fine, you can hold that position, but then even a believer can accept that many religions do often cause conflicts, or at least make them worse.
A lot of evil has been done in the name of religion. This is true, but the most murderous people in human history have been atheists. This doesn't mean religion is true, it just means you can't use that as an argument against it.
I just want
to
point out that whilst religious violence is motivated by religious beliefs, atheist violence is rarely motivated.
I would say that a lot of the Soviet Union forced atheism was motivated by atheism.
Atheism. It's at best permitted by someone's atheism, but then religious violence is also permitted by the person's religious beliefs as well.
No. Especially Christianity, is against killing.
Well,
and turn the other cheek and all that
being
stuff.
Encouraged by them. But okay, on the Hitler thing. Look, I don't know what his religious views really were. Some say he was a Catholic, the religion he was baptized into and confirmed in. He did also write in Mein Kampf that, quote, "In standing guard against the Jew, I am doing the handiwork of the Lord." Not a particularly atheist statement, but then Hitler was probably quite good at, well, lying. And perhaps the belief of some, even to this day, that he was a convicted theist is just a testament to the strength of his propagandic efforts. But if he was lying, and didn't actually believe in God, then it's worth asking why he would think that lying about being religious
he didn't really lie about being religious
would make his fascist campaign more successful. Whatever his own views personally were, he had every Nazi soldier wear belt buckles inscribed with the words "Gott mit uns," God with us. Clearly, even if he was personally an atheist, Hitler recognized that belief in a creator God can give people the confidence to do all kinds of evil.
If you were born somewhere else, you wouldn't be a Christian. Okay, and if you were born somewhere else, you wouldn't be an atheist. Everyone's beliefs are shaped by their context.
Well, this just misses the point. Sure, all beliefs are shaped by their geography, but atheists don't claim that there's a God supervising the world who proactively wants everyone to believe in him. If such a God did exist, would we really expect him to reveal himself more strongly and reliably to, say, Americans than
he did? It's written on your heart. You're just denying it.
To Indonesians? It seems incredibly unlikely and unfair that your chances of being saved, of coming to know the true God, could be determined by where you happen to be born.
And if you don't hear the word, then you don't get judged as much.
If atheism is true, however, it's no surprise that where you're born shapes your religious beliefs, because that's what we think religious beliefs are. products of local mythology or political dominance. So yeah, if I was born in Indonesia, I'd probably be a Muslim. But whilst that's exactly what we'd expect if there is no universal God supervising everything and it's all just a product of local mythology, it's nothing like what we'd expect if there were a real universal God. By the way, I call this the genetic fallacy.
How do you know which religion is true? Well, everyone, religious or not, has faith in a certain worldview. It's just that some worldviews are called religions and some are secular. But everyone has to ask the question of which worldview best explains the world.
Nothing to add here. Yes, every worldview should be justified.
The statistics on how many people have seen What is a Woman are absolutely astounding.
When we tweeted out the film, it got more than
170 million views. 171 million.
More views than CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News combined.
What is a woman? What is a woman? What is a woman?
It was a fight for free speech, and we won.
Yet again, we won.
The tweet that we put out there, that Elon Musk then tweeted himself and then pinned at the top of his account,
said every parent should watch it. What is a Woman was the #1 documentary, and in fact, right now, is the #1 streaming film on the entire site.
Perhaps the most watched documentary in the history of humanity.
We owe a debt of gratitude to those of you who have supported our mission.
People are hungry for truth, and they are sick of being lied to. They are tired of being lied to.
This fight isn't free, and we have more films to make, more battles to win. Help us out. Join us.
So go to dailywire.com/subscribe today.
Johnson, why are you naked? Because my t-shirt sucks. Look at Gibson. He's wearing a true classic tee.
Oh,
It fits him tight in all the
no.
right places, but leaves them.
Do not hit. That sucks. That really sucks.
The perfect amount of room in the.
There's no scientific proof that God exists. Well, by definition, science can only prove things inside the natural world, and by definition, God is something outside the natural world. So science can neither prove nor disprove God.
That's fine if you want to say that science has nothing to say about God, but you've just undercut a great deal of natural theology. You're disagreeing with everybody who tries to prove God's existence with the fine-tuning argument, or the Big Bang in the Kalam cosmological argument, irreducible complexity, arguments about the genetic code, indeed, even the historical argument for the resurrection of Jesus. These just automatically cannot work in establishing God's existence, since material investigations can't bear on the supernatural. Well, this is fortuitous. Literally, as I was recording this video, Redeemed Zoomer released a new video called All Arguments for God, explained in 10 minutes. Now, given that he's just said that science can never bear on the supernatural and can't prove or disprove God's existence, just take a listen to this.
Things in nature, like the human cell or the ecosystem of the world, are very complex and they work like a machine. Now, Darwinian evolution can explain why that is, but there's also things Darwinian evolution can't explain, like the 4 constants of the universe. There are physical constants like the gravitational constant and the electron charge, the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force that are perfectly fine-tuned, such that if they were even the slightest bit different, the entire universe would immediately collapse in on itself.
Sounds pretty, I don't know, scientific, doesn't it? So it seems like when an atheist is arguing that science disproves God, no, science and religion are totally separate, non-overlapping magisteria. But when it comes to proving God's existence, hey, look at these finely tuned constants. Isn't that amazing?
There's no evidence of anything supernatural. Well, that's just not accurate. There are medically documented cases of people with demonic possession speaking in languages they don't know, for example, and people with near-death experiences getting information they never had access to.
Okay, medically documented cases of people with demonic possession sounds awesome. I would love to take a look at that, medical documentation. I get the feeling you're not going to provide any, are you? Fear not, we do have one source that was flashed on screen, a book by Richard Gallagher called Demonic Foes. So, okay, I bought the book. I only skimmed through a couple of chapters, but I did also watch a few of Dr. Gallagher's interviews. In the book, he talks about some of his experiences with people he believes were demonically possessed, including a woman he calls Julia. Evidence for demonic possession consists principally in people like Julia having special powers. One night, Dr. Gallagher heard his normally peaceful cats screeching and fighting with each other. And the next day, he meets a woman he calls Julia, who says, "How'd you like those cats last night?" Weird, for sure, but not quite yet the medical documentation that we're seeking. So then, what other special powers did Julia have? Well, Dr. Gallagher writes in the Washington Post of how she knew things that she couldn't have known naturally, including exactly how his mother had died years ago. But also, get this, she could tell some people their secret weaknesses, such as undue pride. Okay, but how about this? Julia, during various exorcisms, was suddenly able to speak fluent Latin out of nowhere. We're not told what she said, of course, but it happened. And, if you can believe it, in one ceremony, she actually levitated out of her chair, literally floating in the air for half an hour. Atheists cannot explain that one. But we don't have to take Dr. Gallagher's word for this. Oh no. Actually, we can't, because he didn't see this himself. But we can just accept that the people who did see her levitate and told him about it were super trustworthy. We'll just have to take his word about somebody else's word. That's not to say that I can prove she wasn't possessed, or that Dr. Gallagher's priests were mistaken or lying, but this book, which is the only citation Redeemed Zuma provided, hardly fulfills my evidential expectations. But here's the thing, even if you could provide some kind of actual medical evidence for demonic possession, didn't you literally just say that science can never prove anything supernatural? Maybe you just think this wouldn't count as scientific evidence, but if there can't be any scientific documentation of demonic possession, then what kind of evidence are you talking about here? Anecdotes? Testimony? It's just not doing it for me. Of course, people are always making claims about the way that things occurred, and today, information is released faster than it can be verified, and on the internet, manipulative algorithms can often reinforce our own confirmation biases, which is why platforms like Ground News are more essential than ever. I think that what they're doing is really important, and not just because they've been a long-time sponsor of this channel. Did you know that religious people may have coped better than atheists with the COVID pandemic? If you only read left-wing sources, you might not. Ground News shows me that this story only has coverage in centre or right-leaning outlets, and I can compare the headlines. One right-leaning source says religious communities coped better during COVID-19 pandemic, studies show, whereas the centrist BBC writes that Cambridge University studies claim that religion may have helped during COVID. The story is that religious communities coped better with the pandemic, but whereas one source implies that we know this is because they're religious, the other leaves a bit more room for ambiguity. In today's complex information environment, Ground News stands out as an invaluable tool to help traverse the intricacies of news reporting.
I mean, it would make sense that if you believe in a god, that you would be able to cope with the pandemic easier than someone who doesn't. Is he lining up for the shot right there? Whoa, Green, what are you doing? Okay, cool. Yeah, get Green out of here.
that we're all equipped for more insightful, informed conversations about pivotal
hopefully I don't
contemporary issues.
get killed.
To explore this resource, visit ground.news/AlexOC and get access for under $1 a month. Or use my link to get a 30% discount on their Vantage subscription. Back to the video.
The Bible has contradictions.
Because Red has a kill line for me, for sure. And it would definitely be worth it for him. If that one gets hit by anyone, then Red has a kill line for me. Unless if Red has a trade. Then
Okay,
Red
you think you found an apparent contradiction that the church hasn't known about for 2,000 years?
Sheesh.
Every apparent contradiction can be explained by understanding just a little bit of theology.
Every contradiction? All of them? Look, you're right. I wouldn't claim to have discovered some new contradiction that nobody has noticed before. I would just say that the proposed solutions to many of them seem to be, shall we say, theologically motivated. The one contradiction that you flashed on screen is probably the least troublesome contradiction that you could possibly have chosen. So, how about, for instance, 1. Matthew and Luke give different genealogies for Jesus' lineage. Matthew says that Jacob is Joseph's father, whilst Luke says that Heli is Joseph's father. Some people claim that Luke is actually giving Mary's lineage while Matthew is giving Joseph's.
Yeah.
Heli is Mary's father. It's just recorded as Joseph's father because Joseph was Heli's son-in-law. Augustine's solution to this problem was to suggest that Joseph was actually adopted, so Jacob is his biological father while Heli is his adopted father. And sure, these are both possible, but are they really the most natural interpretation of the text if you're not already motivated to harmonize the accounts? It's not impossible to reconcile them in this kind of way, but doesn't the need to do so at least slightly lower your credence in the text? 2. The date of Jesus' crucifixion. Was it after the Passover, as the Synoptic Gospels claim, or the eve of the Passover, as John's Gospel claims? My friend and biblical scholar John Nelson just wrote an article on this contradiction. He's a Christian who used to think it could be reconciled, but changed his mind. I'll link it down below. His new Substack, behindthegospels.com, is well worth subscribing to if you're into this kind of thing. 3. In John's Gospel, after finding Jesus' tomb empty, Mary Magdalene runs to Simon Peter and John and says, "They have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we do not know where they have put him." Strange thing for her to say if, as Matthew records, an angel appeared to Mary Magdalene at the tomb, telling her exactly where Jesus had gone, and then Jesus himself appeared to her when she was on the way to the disciples. Why would she then have said to the disciples, "We do not know where they have taken the Lord"? 4. Jesus is sending out his disciples to teach. In Mark, he tells them, "Take nothing for the journey except a staff." In Luke, he tells them, "Take nothing for the journey, no staff." So, do they take a staff or not? In Barnabas Ahern's essay, Staff or No Staff, he suggests that there are 2 types of staff that Jesus is talking about in either account. He points out that Augustine distinguished between a real staff in Matthew's Gospel and a metaphorical staff in Mark's Gospel. I mean, sure, if you absolutely need the accounts to harmonize, you can suggest all kinds of reasons for this apparent contradiction. But wouldn't it be easier to just say that, yeah, the accounts are different? Because look, who the hell cares about small contradictions? If these documents are truly historical accounts, we'd expect them to have minor differences as people try to accurately remember events and remember them slightly differently. If 2 witnesses in a court case give a story that perfectly matches up in every single detail, that's actually cause for suspicion. It's evidence that they've made up the story and rehearsed it. So I don't see contradictions like this as a big problem. But you want to claim that there are no contradictions to be found at all. And I'm sorry, but I'm just not convinced that these kinds of explanations cut the mustard seed.
The Gospels were anonymous. Okay, anonymous doesn't mean we have no idea who wrote them. It just means the names of the authors aren't signed in the text itself. But we literally have writings from church fathers who knew the apostles and can verify that they indeed wrote the books named after them.
Okay, the consensus of New Testament scholars seems to be that we don't have sufficient evidence for the traditional authorship of the Gospels. But what was it that you just said? We literally have writings from church fathers who can verify the traditional authorship of the Gospels. You've shown a picture on screen of St. Ignatius of Antioch, who, look, I don't know very much about, but I think you've basically just lied about him. We only know anything about him at all via his letters and tradition. tradition which states he was a disciple of John, but with very patchy evidence. Some of Ignatius's followers wrote an account of his martyrdom that says he was a disciple of John. So sure, maybe Ignatius knew John. But where the hell have you gotten this idea that Ignatius can verify John's authorship of the fourth gospel? Even in the letters Ignatius allegedly wrote to John, now recognized to be forgeries anyway, we don't have any clear endorsement from Ignatius of the idea that John wrote this gospel. It seems that Ignatius's epistles were influenced by the theology of John's gospel, so he probably read it, but that's a far cry from making any commentary about its authorship. For the record, church patristics is really not my area. I don't know very much here, so don't look to me for advice on this. I actually reached out to one of my old theology tutors to see if he could help me figure out what I might be missing, but look, I might just be missing something here. I'm genuinely interested in seeing where Redeemed Zuma has gotten this evidence that Ignatius can confirm that John wrote the fourth gospel. So if you're watching this, RZ, let me know.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com.
The Gospels misquote Jesus. Now, it's true that a lot of secular scholars think the Gospels are a mix of real quotes from the historical Jesus and fake quotes added by the church.
Wait, hold on. It's true that some secular scholars think this? What other kind of scholars do you want? Religiously motivated ones? Secular just means not affected by religion, which any scholar should be in regards to their scholarship, even if they're a Christian. Maybe you meant to say atheist instead of secular? I'm not sure. But I mean, imagine if I was making a video about climate change and I said something like, well, yeah, sure, some researchers who aren't funded by oil will say that climate change is real. That's kind of what it sounds like here.
Now, it's true that a lot of secular scholars think the Gospels are a mix of real quotes from the historical Jesus and fake quotes added by the church, but none of them can agree on which quotes are legit and which are not, so we can discard their opinions.
Because scholars can't agree on which quotes of Jesus are legitimate, we can throw out their skepticism? What? The whole argument is precisely that scholars can't agree on which quotes of Jesus are authentic. That's the whole problem. Do you really think that this lack of consensus about which quotes are authentic is a problem not with the quotes, but with the scholars? Come on. Hey, here's a fun exercise. Try, without rewinding this video, to write down the exact contents of my previous sentence. I mean it. Pause the video, write down the last sentence I just said, word for word, and then compare it to what I actually said. I bet you can't remember it accurately, at least not perfectly, and yet you heard me say it mere seconds ago. Now consider that even the most conservative estimates place the authorship of the Gospels at least decades after Jesus' death, and yet we're supposed to believe that they never misquote Jesus?
Jesus never claimed to be God. Yes, he did. He didn't say, I am God, worship me, but he showed that he was God in many places in all four Gospels by doing things that only God can do. It's true that he didn't walk around before his resurrection claiming to be God, because he wanted people to figure it out themselves. That's why he kept saying, who do you say that I am? However, after his resurrection, people figured out that he was God, and Jesus congratulated them.
That's why he kept saying, who do you say I am? Doesn't he say that just, like, once? More subtle hyperbole, perhaps. Anyway, did Jesus claim to be God? I have a whole podcast about this with Bart Ehrman. It's a really interesting one.
Is it a Muslim? I would assume that it's a Muslim.
If you don't mind a bit of self-promo. But the long and short of it is that Jesus definitely seems to claim to be God in John's Gospel, but maybe not so much in the Synoptics. But you've just put some examples on the screen from the Synoptic Gospels, so let's take a look at one of them. You've identified forgiving sins as something that only God can do. I
would say that, yeah, that's something that only God can do.
So sure. Take a look at John chapter 20, verse 21 onwards. Jesus is speaking here to his disciples after the resurrection. Again, Jesus said, "Peace be with you. As the Father has sent me, I am sending you." And with that, he breathed on them and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit. If you forgive anyone's sins, their sins are forgiven. If you do not forgive them, they are not forgiven." So the apostles had the power to forgive.
Yeah, because Jesus gave them the power. God gave them the power.
Sins. This is clearly the gospel showing that the apostles are all God, right?
No, they're doing it from the power of God.
forgiving sins is something that only God can do. Obviously not. Maybe you'll say something like, well, they could forgive sins because Jesus gave them that power, but it's still Jesus' power, really. But take notice, Jesus said to them, "As the Father has sent me, I am sending you." So, if Jesus sending the disciples to forgive sins doesn't make them gods, then the Father sending Jesus to forgive sins doesn't make him God either. I could go on for ages about this.
It does.
But watch my podcast with Bart Ehrman instead.
The later one of the Gospels was written, the more divine it makes Jesus seem, so we can extrapolate that Jesus was originally a human figure who got made more divine over time. Alright, maybe some Gospels emphasize Jesus' divinity more than others, but what about Paul's letters that fully confess the divinity of Jesus and were also written before any of the Gospels? So that breaks your pattern.
Yeah, sure, if the claim is about whether the authors of the Gospels thought Jesus was divine, I have no problem saying that the earliest Gospel, Mark, seems to imply that Jesus is God from the very first chapter. The more interesting point, however, is not that later Gospels make Jesus more divine, but that they provide more evidence for his divinity as time goes on. The earliest copies of Mark contain no post-resurrection appearances. Matthew and Luke contain some post-resurrection appearances, and John then contains even more. So the later the source, the more records of these kinds of appearances, which, after all, are the principal proof of Jesus' resurrection, which in turn is the principal proof of his divinity. Now sure, Paul still upsets this pattern, writing that 500 people saw the risen Christ, but this is in a different category of evidence. The Gospels are, according to you at least,
Is he gonna bot
eyewitness
out?
accounts of a physically resurrected...
If he bots out, that screws me. Oh, shit. What is the bot? Nope, he didn't bot out. Okay, phew. Oh, I was scared right there.
Paul, however, tells us of a vision that he had of a bright light, never meeting a fleshy Jesus himself. And as for the 500 that he talks about, this is Paul telling us that he's heard that some other unnamed people saw the risen Jesus. That's not to say it didn't happen, just that it can't be considered on the same level as the allegedly eyewitness accounts provided by the Gospels, which do get more and more detailed and fanciful the later they were written.
The Bible supports slavery. No, it doesn't. Just because there's slavery in the Bible doesn't mean the Bible supports it. There are some Old Testament verses that could be interpreted as condoning slavery, but Jesus himself said that the Old Testament made accommodations to people's sinful state.
Some Old Testament verses could be interpreted.
Well, that really gives Pink an advantage here. What?
As condoning
Ooh,
slavery.
Nice.
Seriously.
They look good.
There's just no way that anybody who reads the Hebrew Bible can seriously defend this.
Cool.
Genuinely, this is the most untenable position in the entire video, if you ask me. Once again, I have a whole podcast about this time with Joshua Bowen. It's over an hour and a half of detailed descriptions of exactly how the Bible supports slavery. But just to take some examples. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished, that is probably by death, if the slave dies as a direct result, but then not to be punished with death if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may...
What was this?
And as for the 500 that he...
Also, slavery back then was a different type of slavery than we know of, like, today. Does he kill? He could win right here. Just kill. He got lucky as shit right there. That sucks. He really got lucky. Oh, baby. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that was really close.
He talks about, this is Paul telling us that he's heard that some other unnamed people saw the risen Jesus. That's not to say it didn't happen, just that it can't be considered on the same level as the allegedly eyewitness accounts provided by the Gospels, which do get more and more detailed and fanciful the later they were written.
The Bible supports slavery. No, it doesn't. Just because there's slavery in the Bible doesn't mean the Bible supports it. There are some Old Testament verses that could be interpreted as condoning slavery, but Jesus himself said that the Old Testament made accommodations to people's sinful state.
Some Old Testament verses could be interpreted as condoning slavery. Seriously. There's just no way that anybody who reads the Hebrew Bible can seriously defend this. Genuinely, this is the most untenable position in the entire video, if you ask me. Once again, I have
also slavery back then was different.
A whole podcast about this time with Joshua Bowen. It's over an hour and a half of detailed descriptions of exactly how the Bible supports slavery. But just to take some examples, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished, that is probably by death, if the slave dies as a direct result, but then not to be punished with death if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. I suppose this could be interpreted as the Old Testament endorsing slavery. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Sure, maybe this could be interpreted as the Old Testament endorsing slavery. But of course, the New Testament does away with all of this. In the Old Testament, God, despite completely prohibiting all kinds of practices, including imaginary crimes like witchcraft, obviously couldn't abolish
Witchcraft is real.
Slavery for whatever reason. But the New Testament solved this problem with verses such as 1 Peter 2:18. Slaves, in reverent fear of God, submit yourself to your masters, not only to those who are good and considerate, but also to those who are harsh. Oh. Okay, now Peter does say that this is because it is commendable if someone bears up under the pain of unjust suffering, implying that it's unjust for slave owners to be cruel to their slaves, which is great. But it does still say that they should submit nonetheless, and certainly seems to at least accept the practice of slavery in general. Paul in Ephesians also legitimizes the practice of slavery. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Again, Paul does then go on to say that masters should also treat their slaves in the same respectful way, since the father doesn't favor the master over the slave, which is great and progressive for the time, perhaps, but it still recognizes the earthly practice of slavery and doesn't take the opportunity to condemn the practice in principle. Now, for what it's worth, maybe the kind of slavery described here, where masters are good to their slaves and perhaps good for their slaves, is nowhere near as bad as the kind of slavery that comes to mind from, say, American history. Maybe this kind of slavery is actually perfectly moral. But to say that the Bible didn't condone and legitimize it at all is simply untrue. Some people like to point to a verse in Galatians where Paul writes that in Christ there is neither slave nor free, but he's clearly talking here about the relevance of either status to salvation, not the existence of the practice on earth. I mean, in the very next words he says, nor is there male and female, but I never see Christians using this verse to justify a biblically motivated gender abolitionism.
And also, slave owners in the American South had slave Bibles for their slaves to read, but it omitted a lot of the real Bible, so if the Bible actually did support slavery, this wouldn't have been necessary.
Well, the fact that the so-called slave Bible could exist at all is a problem. This text isn't framed so much as a censored Bible with bits taken out, but rather a collection of select texts from the Bible. Just like how you might have a collection of Bible verses for use in overcoming grief or something that omits a great deal of chapters, this was a Bible created for the express purpose of reading to slaves in the West Indies. But why would you be able to use any of a Bible, which I'm told doesn't condone slavery, to, you know, promote...
Because you can make anything, promote anything a lot of the times if you take it out of context.
And maintain slavery.
When it's
the parts
talking
that
about
aren't
that
in the
specific
slave
topic.
Bible include the Exodus story, the Psalms, and Revelation, which certainly contain themes of freedom, particularly in the Exodus, of course. But these omissions do not in any way count against the fact that elsewhere in the Bible there are much more specific verses that definitely condone and legislate slavery.
Christianity supported slavery. Well, sure, some Christians did, but all human civilizations have had slavery. Christian civilization was the first one to abolish it on moral grounds.
Sure, many societies condone slavery throughout history, but you claim that your tradition is the correct one, with access to the will of the God of the universe. Yes, Aristotle condoned slavery, but his Politics is not thought to be a divinely authored text. Why did it take so long, literally over 1,000 years, for Christian society to abolish slavery if it was so obviously against God's will the whole time?
The fact that you're against slavery is due to Christian influence. Also, most organizations fighting modern-day slavery are Christian.
Okay, to say that I today am against slavery due to exclusively Christian influence is laughable.
No, I would say that it definitely is due to Christian influence.
I know this whole Western ethics are all secretly Christian idea is popular at the moment, but you show me exactly where in your Bible I can find justification for abolishing slavery. I will show you just as many examples, and probably more, of it justifying the exact opposite and doing so much more specifically. Yes, Christians today may condemn slavery, but if we turned back the clock, got in a time machine and went and visited Europe in a time before abolition, and we tried to abolish slavery, where is the first place that the locals would turn, and plausibly so, to defend it as an institution? I think it goes without saying.
God killed tons of people in the Bible. Well, it's actually way more than that. God numbers everyone's days. He's the giver of life, so he can take it, especially if people sin.
It's a hell of a response to the problem of natural evil. Why does God allow millions of people to die in earthquakes or tsunamis, or indeed kill them himself on purpose? Because he can. He has the right to kill you, so why not? There isn't much I can say to challenge this. Maybe this is just God's right, I don't know.
Atheist countries are more prosperous. Yes, it's true that Northern European countries are very prosperous and very secular, but correlation doesn't equal causation. It's not like atheism causes prosperity, it's that prosperity causes atheism, because when people have comfortable lives, they don't feel a need to depend on God. But why are these particular countries so prosperous in the first place? They may be secular now, but they're rooted in generations and generations of Protestant Christianity. If you want an example of a country that's atheist and not rooted in Christianity, look at communist China.
Yeah, I don't much like this kind of argument. For a start, I don't
Soviet Russia
even really know how you can measure a nation's prosperity without presupposing a bunch of worldview assumptions. I suppose it's also impossible to say how much a country's prior religion is relevant to its current religion and prosperity level. I mean, sure, communist China grew out of non-Christian society, but communist Russia grew out of an Orthodox Christian society. But anyway, even if religious societies are more prosperous, this only tells us that belief in God is socially beneficial, not that God actually exists. Still something atheists bring up all the time, of course, so I completely understand why it's worth including this, but just bear that in mind.
There's 4,000 gods that people believe in, and you're atheist to 3,999 of them. I just go one god further. Okay, this isn't the gotcha.
That was rude as fuck. Should have waited one turn, you dick. You could have used that 4. I'm mad at you. That was fucked. That was bullshit. Alright, I'm gonna go take this out. And go into there.
That you think it is, because the question of whether some sort of God exists is fundamentally different from the question of which religion is right about God.
Yeah, I agree with this. It's a bad argument if it is an argument. I do find that it's a useful tool for helping people to understand what it's like to not believe in God, but it certainly doesn't function as an actual argument against any God.
If God created everything, then who created God? Well, God is defined as the uncaused causer. Everyone knows there needs to be a first cause at the beginning of the chain of all events in the universe, and it makes a lot more sense for that first cause to be a personal God who caused things for a reason, rather than some random impersonal force.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Right? Sure, first cause arguments are powerful and interesting. I've already discussed them ad nauseum, but briefly, I suppose I'd agree that if they are successful in establishing a first cause, it wouldn't really make sense to ask what caused that cause. Giving it attributes of traditional theism, however, is of course a separate question.
Science disproves God. Well, actually, the church invented modern science. All the founders of the scientific revolution deeply believed in God, and medieval theologians laid the groundwork for modern science by saying the world was governed by an intelligent creator. That means we can understand the world with our intelligence. And studying God led to studying the world because the world is God's creation.
I've talked about this before too. Sure, the founding fathers of science were religious, but who wasn't back then? And even if they weren't religious, we'd never know about it, since even expressing unorthodox cosmology, let alone atheism, was enough to get Galileo put under house arrest in Tuscany for the rest of his life. But more importantly, suppose for a second that it were the case that science completely disproves religion. I'm obviously not saying that it does, but if it did, then of course the founding fathers of science would have been religious, because they hadn't yet invented the scientific method that would go on to disprove religion. It's like saying, isn't it interesting that the Wright brothers, who invented the aeroplane that supposedly went on to produce the Boeing 747 jet, didn't themselves own a Boeing 747 jet? Doesn't that tell us something? And look, it may be true that early scientists were inspired by their theism. You say that the church invented modern science? A dubious claim, perhaps, but I'll just grant it. If so, so what? Just because science originated with religious thinkers, that doesn't make it impossible for science to have gone on to then undermine religion. Protestantism grew out of Catholicism, for example. That doesn't mean that it can't undermine it.
God is just used to fill in the gaps of things that science can't explain yet. Well, actually, God is the reason for everything, even things that science can explain. It's not one or the other. It's not like everything's explained by either science or God, and the more science can explain, the less God can explain. Really, science can explain almost everything, but God is still behind it all, because science explains the how, and God explains the why.
I agree that this is how a theist should respond to the God of the Gaps objection. Even if something is explained by science, the whole scientific enterprise as a whole and the existence of scientific laws at all might still rely on a divine cause. But historically speaking, people have used God in this way and said that there are things that cannot be explained by science and used this as evidence for God's existence. Still, I think we're in agreement here that scientific explanations and divine agency can coexist peacefully.
So there's a lot of different ways to learn data. But most of them?
If God is good, why can't he destroy all evil? Well, he eventually will. Why can't he do it now? Because he'd have to destroy you.
Okay, I totally get the Christian idea that human beings are corrupted and evil. Of course, all of us constantly fall short, even of our own moral standards. Fine, so destroying evil requires destroying us. But you've just said that God will one day destroy all evil. He just can't do it now, because that would mean destroying humans. But what will change so that one day he can destroy evil without destroying humans? And why can't that happen now? As far as I was aware, the thing that allows human beings to escape being justly destroyed for their sin is the sacrifice of Jesus, which happened a good couple of thousand years ago now. So what is God waiting for to destroy evil? Perhaps you're talking about the second coming of Christ?
Yeah.
Judgment Day? But then what changes about the world between now and then that God is suddenly able to destroy evil without destroying humans?
Why does God
I'm
let
not
any
God.
bad things happen? Because we deserve it.
Well, look, I appreciate how blunt this is. I was expecting some kind of theodicy. Evil exists because it's soul building, or because of free will, or because of heavenly compensation. But no, we just deserve it. Well, fine, but I just want to bring that home for a minute. This week, about 5 children in the UK alone will die from cancer. The most common type of cancer in children is leukemia. I know you wouldn't say this to their face, redeemed Zoomer, but when a parent asks why on earth this has happened to their child, you think that the in fact correct response is, well, they deserve it. Look, I can't disprove that they do deserve it. Maybe humanity is just so corrupted by original sin or whatever that we do deserve pediatric cancer. But even if we do, why do some people get what they deserve and not others?
It's because we're not with God anymore. It's not that God is giving us these things.
Not just that people suffer at all, in other words,
being
but that they do
away
so
from God that
seemingly
gives us these
randomly
things.
and arbitrarily, sometimes by accident of birth or genetics. Lucky for the rest of us, I guess?
Well, animals don't sin, so why do they suffer? Well, the Bible says all things will be restored, so if God is good, we can assume that they will be compensated.
Right, so animals will be compensated in the afterlife because they don't deserve to suffer. But those children who died of cancer shouldn't be compensated, of course. You know, the ones who do deserve it. Luckily, Jesus paid the price for those kids, and they'll get to inherit eternal life anyway, even though they deserve to be destroyed. But for some reason, that sacrifice only gets rid of the punishment they deserve in the invisible next life. Not in this one. In this one, they get cancer. You know, because they deserve it. Animals suffer in this world too, for some reason that you haven't even attempted to explain, but that's also fine because God will pay them off, probably.
How do you know that God isn't evil instead? Well, because evil is not a thing the way good is. Just like cold is just a lack of heat, and dark is just a lack of light, evil is just a lack of good. And for good to be objective, it needs to come from God. So a God who is objectively evil is logically impossible.
Yeah, sure. If you think that evil is just a privation of good, then I guess there can't exist a maximally evil being. I suppose I'm just unconvinced by that analysis of what good and evil are. But maybe you're convinced of it. I know that it's a popular view. One reason it strikes me as unintuitive is because if I imagine 2 possible worlds, one in which nothing at all exists, and one in which a bunch of suffering exists, if evil is just a privation of good, then since they both contain no good, we'd have to say that they're about as bad as each other. That might not be correct under this view, I don't know, but it just doesn't seem like a good way to capture what we think is evil about suffering. But anyway, I'm an ethical emotivist, so of course I'm going to understand these terms differently to you.
Can God make a rock?
I wish that my turn was next, not Purple's. Does Purple not have a fucking trade? Oh, they do. Sick. Phew. No.
he can't lift? Well, you're just asking if God can contradict himself, like can God lie, or can God change, or can God make another God? And the answer to all those things is no. God being all-powerful means he can do anything to things outside himself. It doesn't mean that he can do anything to himself or that he can contradict himself.
Yeah, I think I agree with this explanation. If omnipotence just means the ability to do all logically possible things, then God can be omnipotent even if he can't create a rock too heavy for him to lift. Or a friend of mine puts it like this: yes, God can do all things, but logical contradictions aren't things. They literally have no referent, even concept.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Actually, still, I think that there are other, better paradoxes. Take this one about omniscience. Does God know all true propositions? Most theists would say yes. But if so, that would mean that whenever he knows a proposition, P, he must also then know the true proposition, God knows that P. But this creates a new true proposition. It's true that God knows that P. But this creates a new true proposition, and so on to infinity. So, if God knows all true propositions, he must know an actually infinite number of things. Many philosophers think that actual infinites are impossible, and so this causes a problem. Okay, we can respond to this by saying that God doesn't think in terms of true propositions, but rather in a single, undivided intuition. There might be other responses too, but at any rate, I think a much more interesting paradox than the stone so heavy he can't lift thing.
Why did God let evil exist at all? So he could be glorified in defeating it. Triumph over evil is a greater good than evil having just never existed.
I'm not convinced by this. The way that I've put it before is like this. Martin Luther King is widely considered to be a good man. Why? Because he overcame the evils of racism. Are we
Martin Luther King, I don't think, was a good man.
glad to find ourselves in a world with racism so that we can have the good of overcoming it? Wouldn't you rather do without the racism and without the need to overcome it? Triumph over evil is only good insofar as it overcomes something evil. Without the evil to start with, the desire to create it just to overcome it seems really strange. It's like saying that we should be very glad of the existence of cancer, because without it, we wouldn't have the good of cancer research and chemotherapy. These things are undoubtedly good, and they couldn't exist were it not for cancer. Would we invent the latter to permit the glory of the former? It sounds to me like you're saying this is what God does.
The rocket equation, it's a beautiful thing. No astronaut launches for space with their fingers crossed. That's not how we deal with risk. What I learned from 21 years as an astronaut is that the more you know, the less you fear. The reason I wanted to do this masterclass is to share the hidden depths of purpose that are behind space exploration.
Oh!
When the clock hits 0, start focusing in, thinking of nothing else but the moment that you're in. Study every system on a spaceship and then boil it down to what I call a one-pager. You've got to be able to solve your problems in one breath.
Religion is just
Damn. They could get me next, too. Did red block the kill from me from green? Is that what red did?
Wishful thinking.
Oh, man,
well,
I
if
don't
that
feel
were
good.
true, then the Bible wouldn't be all about how much we all suck.
Well, not if Nietzsche's right, for a start. Think about this. For a great many people throughout history, who Nietzsche calls the slave class, they've been simply unable to avoid being weak, servile, and submissive. This is just their position in life, and there's no hope of changing it. The so-called slave morality concept imagines that to deal with this sorry state, people began to turn their helpless condition into a virtue, and began to take the things that they desired but couldn't get, like strength and dominance and wealth, etc., and condemned them as evil. And this is a kind of wishful thinking. I mean, imagine that you're poor and oppressed and there's no hope of changing your condition. What would wishful thinking look like? Sure, you could just wish to become rich tomorrow, but that's not going to happen, so this wouldn't be an effective strategy to help you feel better. However, if instead you develop a worldview that trains you to wish to be poor, to wish to be servile and submissive, and teaches you to no longer want wealth and strength, that these things are immoral, well, this is a much more effective strategy of getting what you want. You change your wants. I don't even need riches in life, because my riches await me in heaven. This is the kind of wishful thinking that might be involved in Christianity. The same goes for what Redeemed Zuma is talking about here, our fallen state more generally, that we all suck, as he puts it. Sure, we all do immoral things all the time, and so it's consoling to think that this is recognized by God, and that all will be made right and forgiven. Again, I'm not saying that this is the case, that it's all wishful thinking, but this rebuttal that wishful thinking can't look like this, I think is wrong.
Psychology explains why you believe in God. So what? If God is real, we should expect there to be some psychological or social benefit to believing in him.
Again, I more or less agree with this.
Spiritual experiences can be explained by brain chemicals. Well, romantic experiences can also be explained by brain chemicals, but that doesn't mean your wife isn't real. So spiritual experiences being explained by brain chemicals doesn't mean that God isn't real.
Again, I agree, because any experience of the brain, whether natural or not in origin, will be describable in terms of brain chemicals. But a better argument is not about what's happening in the brain, but rather what caused the activity in the brain. Sure, love just being chemicals in my brain doesn't prove that my wife doesn't exist. But if no experience that I've ever had of my wife was caused by something in the natural world, would you think that my wife must be some supernatural entity that my brain is intercepting? Or would you think that maybe she doesn't exist and that my brain has invented her?
Well, drug trips show that spiritual experiences are from the brain. Well, people who have had both drug trips and near-death experiences say that they're completely different categories of feeling.
Sure, but people who take LSD and DMT will tell you that they're totally different experiences too. The point about drugs is just that the brain can sometimes experience inexplicable and ineffable things without necessarily indicating the involvement of anything beyond the materials of the brain.
The story of Jesus was copied from the story of Horus or some other ancient character. Okay, dude, that's a Reddit atheist-level myth. Even atheist scholars know that that's silly.
Agreed.
Faith is the opposite of logic and reason. No, it's not. Faith just means trust. Anytime you eat food, you're having faith that it's not poisoned, even if you can't scientifically prove it. If you're married, you have faith that your wife loves you, even if you can't scientifically prove that. And if you tried to scientifically prove it, she'd probably get very mad at you because it would mean you didn't trust her.
Yeah, but the thing is, I either have sufficient reason to trust something, or I don't. With food, for example, If I'm served a meal at a restaurant, sure, I trust that it's not going to poison me. But I know that my country has strict food laws, and that the restaurant has a huge interest in protecting my safety, and that poisonings are rare. But if I travel abroad to some places, for example, I won't trust the tap water. And with the wife example, I get what you're saying, but imagine if I gave my wife no evidence that I loved her, like nothing at all. And then when she said she was questioning the marriage, I just said, "You've got to have faith, baby." I think I'd be getting divorced.
Evolution proves God didn't create the world. Well, not necessarily. God often works through natural processes in the Bible. And for all of church history, there have been prominent Christian theologians who have had a more metaphorical interpretation of Genesis, even well over 1,000 years before Darwin existed.
Of course, this is true, but I don't know anyone who claims that evolution proves God didn't make the world, except outside of the strict context, I suppose, of arguing with a biblical literalist. But then you've just implied that you agree that evolution disproves the biblical literalist interpretation.
Christianity only spread because of military conquest. Well, eventually they did do military conquest, but for the first 300 years of Christianity, it was illegal, and it took over the Roman Empire despite that because of how popular it became.
Again, I'm happy to broadly agree. At least early Christianity was not some kind of violent conquest.
Constantine invented what we now know of as Christianity. Again, Reddit atheist-level myth. Atheists can do better than that. Listen to an actual scholar.
I suppose Redeemed Zoomer is just throwing out a few of the less tenable arguments at the end here, in case people support them. Again, yeah, I don't think that Constantine invented modern Christianity.
If Christianity is true, why are there so many denominations of it? Well, yeah, there are a lot of denominations, but the things they agree on are a lot more significant than the things they disagree on.
You know, people often say this about different religions altogether. I hear them say things like, you know, all religions really just agree on the main stuff. I think they often underestimate just how different they are. But sure, the existence of denominations is not incompatible with the truth of Christianity. However, I do wonder why God allows so many honest truth seekers to go wrong, to get the wrong interpretation of his words, especially in places where a person's denomination is predictable based on their parents' or community's denomination. But that just takes us back to the divine hiddenness argument from earlier.
There's no evidence for Jesus outside the Bible. Well, that's not true. There's the ancient Jewish historian Josephus who wrote about Jesus, and he's one of the reasons why even secular scholars know Jesus historically existed.
Yes, there are indeed non-biblical sources that point to Jesus' existence. However, it is worth noticing something about the passage from Josephus that you've just put on screen. Josephus certainly removes doubt about the existence of Jesus, but the authenticity of a fair bit of this particular passage is under dispute by scholars. Principally because Josephus, a Jew, refers here to Jesus as the Messiah, or Christ, and says that he rose from the dead, and that he may not have been just a man. Strange things for a Jew to say, and thus some believe that these passages are later Christian additions. If, however, Josephus did write these words, then they clearly weren't enough even to convince him of Jesus' divinity, since he remained Jewish, and so it probably shouldn't convince us either. But on the point of Jesus' mere existence, yes, I agree. I think we can believe it.
You really think God made billions of galaxies with billions of stars in each of them just to have a personal relationship with you? Yes.
Yes.
That's sweet, of course, but sounds a little, I don't know, wishful? Let me know what you think. I've been Alex O'Connor. Subscribe if you want to. I'll see you in the next one. Jason Brennan, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
What is democracy?
Oh, who knows? It's an essentially contested concept, as the theorists like to say. Yeah, this is one of those things where people spend a lot of time fighting over the definition, I think because they think they can win an ideological battle by picking a definition. But as a philosopher, I think what we want to do is use like a pretty mundane definition and then fight the ideological battles on substantive grounds. So like Tom Cristiano and David Esselin and a few others, I like to use a pretty expansive notion of what democracy is. But democracy is any kind of political system in which the fundamental political power is spread equally among all members of that polity. And then the idea of membership needs to be understood in a very inclusive way. You know, so if you have, like, say, Athens, and they say all of our members have equal power, but by members they only mean 20% of the population, it's not really democratic. And then there's a question of like what counts as fundamental power, how much power is that? But that's the basic idea. And that way, instead of asking questions like, is direct democracy and republicanism and bicameral legislatures or this or that, is that the right form of democracy? We can just say these are all forms of democracy, and we can just ask which ones are better than others on substantive grounds.
Sure. You open your most recent book on democracy with the line, "Democracy is both an obvious and a dubious idea." What do you mean by this?
Yeah, I mean, just sort of recite the book. It's obvious in the sense that there's a really clear argument for democracy that goes, look, you have a problem when you have a distinction between the people who rule and the people who are ruled, because then the people who rule might take advantage of and exploit and misuse and mistreat the people who are ruled for their own benefit. So the obvious solution is to eliminate that distinction. The people rule themselves. People tend to know what's in their interest. They tend to know what's good for themselves. They'll make good choices in the long run. And then as a result, there will be less exploitation, and the government will work for the advantage of the many, if not literally everybody, at least many people. And it's just too bad it took us so long in history to figure this out. So that's like the basic argument for democracy. And the most obvious argument against it is that the things that we're thinking about and deciding in democratic politics are actually pretty complicated. Should United Kingdom leave the European Union? It's a pretty complicated question. It involves understanding a whole bunch of things about constitutional law, about international relations, about foreign trade. People can study just one aspect of that their entire lives and get a PhD in it, publish 60 articles and barely understand it. And that's one small thing that politics decides. So in order to know how to vote, you need to know either what the answer is to these questions, or at least be very good at identifying who has these answers. But we have little reason to think people know either of these things. And so democracy ends up being the method by which the masses shoot themselves in the feet. They don't know what they need to know in order to govern themselves correctly, so they govern themselves badly. All right, so you go. Two arguments, one for, one against.
If it's the case, I mean, most people will easily understand what you're saying. And in fact, in the modern political climate, people are always complaining about how uninformed the electorate is. We constantly hear about fake news and about ideologues taking over conversational spaces and radicalizing people. And everybody's talking about this all the time. And so it should be fairly obvious in a sense, in the opposite direction. I mean, people know that politics is complicated. During the referendum on the European Union in the United Kingdom, one of the biggest points of contention was the fact that people didn't seem to know what they were talking about. People would be pleading with the general public, listen to the economists or listen to the experts, and it became like a bit of a meme. I think one of our elected officials said that people had had enough of experts, and that became a bit of a newsline. But everybody knows that this is the case. And if that's so, and if it is the case that government is one of the most important things in our lives to get right, then why is it that, on the other hand, democracy is seen as something of it seems to be like a sacred concept in politics, such that, I mean, George Orwell even wrote in the 20th century that democracy has become such a sort of such a desirable thing that states will describe themselves as democratic whether they are or not, because it's essentially seen as a synonym for good government.
There we go. Whoa! What the fuck was that? That was fucked up. Why the fuck would you do that? What a piece of shit. Is he not gonna... Whoa.
How has that happened if it's so obviously the case that people don't know what they're talking about when it comes to politics?
Yeah, that's a great question. You're right, because I even said in the book, it's like even dictators today, like Putin, will go on TV and say that he speaks for the people and that he's a proper democratic leader. And we know that's not true, but it's interesting that, say, Genghis Khan or Louis XIV felt no need to say this kind of thing. Right? They derived their authority from something else, from the sword or from birth or whatever. And nowadays, everyone claims they have a democratic backing. Even like Adolf Hitler famously had a bullshit election. Like with the yes was very big and the no is small, to sort of prove that he was speaking for the people. So, I think it is just there is this kind of philosophical ascendancy to the idea of democracy, and I think it comes down to the idea that people are in a way skeptical of authority. I say that even though I think most people are radical authoritarians too. But despite that, I think they're very inconsistent. I think they have a kind of built-in skepticism of authority and the idea that like one person should have power over another. And so democracy has this story that it tells about how in reality, the people who are ruling us are authorized by us. We're really just ruling ourselves. And so this is a special kind of circumstance, and every other form of government is unequal and unfair and involves invidious comparisons between people, or gives some people an unjust power over others and so on. And so I think that kind of story is very I guess it's very seductive. But there's also things where if you look inside of philosophy, something weird goes on. So for instance, if you go to like the Phil surveys that David Chalmers and a few other people run, asking philosophers what they think, you find something kind of odd. The typical philosopher worldwide, or the English-speaking world, is an atheist of some sort, right? And even if they're not atheists, they will say they're agnostic, but they don't actually believe in God. Religious belief is very uncommon. But then when you look inside of the subfield of philosophy of religion, it's overwhelmingly religious, right? It's overwhelming, not just religious, but overwhelmingly made up of evangelical Christians. So Catholics and Jewish people and Muslims are actually pretty rare. It's mostly evangelical Protestant Christians who are running that field. So one possibility is that if you actually specialize in philosophy of religion, you encounter these arguments, you see that they're really good, and in fact, you should be evangelical Christian. That's what the evidence supports, right? Sometimes if a particular subfield believes something, that's just because they know something other people don't. However, it could also just be that the field has a weird sociology. People who have a certain stake in a view self-select into it. They end up running the journals. They tend to exclude people who disagree with them, and what you get is like reinforcement within that field. Which is it for philosophy or religion? I will uncharacteristically forbear for passing judgment on that. I don't really follow that field, so I don't know. I just happen to know that that's the case. However, in democratic theory, you get something else like that going on as well. The people who tend to specialize in democratic theory, both in political theory as done in political science departments, which is sort of like a junior version of political philosophy. They'll hate me saying that, but it's true. And political philosophy is done in philosophy departments. You have people who tend to be unusually enthusiastic about democracy. And it's interesting. And so you get this thing where inside of the field, people tend to think that the stuff about political ignorance isn't that big of a deal. Or if they do think it matters, then they'll tend to rely upon various deontological arguments that sort of show that democracy is good even if other systems outperform it. So an example of this would be David Esland, as former colleague of mine at Brown University, has a famous book that's defending democracy, and he says epistocracy, which is a system in which the right to vote or the power of one's vote is in some way weighed according to knowledge, probably would outperform democracy, but it's just excluded on other grounds. He basically says you can't prove to the average person who counts as an authority. A reasonable person could go, I don't think you're an expert. A reasonable person could say, I doubt that you really know what you claim to know, and so on. And we can't prove otherwise, so they can just exclude this. So he has this like sweeping principle that cuts out almost all possible forms of government and leaves us with just three choices, and then democracy is the best of the remaining choices. And we don't have to get all the details of his theory, but that's the kind of thing that you see is often heavy deontological arguments on behalf of democracy as opposed to consequentialist arguments about how well it performs. But there are, however, just people flat out deny it. I mean, there's a recent paper that came out in the American Political Science Review that was responding to me and a few others. And one of the weird things that authors do is just deny that all this overwhelming evidence of political ignorance actually says people are ignorant and that it really matters. And I'm just like, at that point, you just throw up your hands and go, it's not even worth talking to you. Like, you're just, you can say the sky is purple if you want, but it doesn't make it true.
Well, you said a moment ago that it's interesting that sort of monarchs of the past, for example, didn't feel the need to even feign democratic legitimacy. I think there's always been, so long as political rulers have in some sense been in the hands of their citizens, that is, there's a chance that they could rise up and overthrow them, there has to be some reference to the people. And I think maybe the difference here is that in a democracy, the idea is the people get to decide, whereas in something like a monarchy, the idea is the people don't get to decide, but we're going to decide for your sake. We're going to decide because it will be better for you this way. And the change in the modern time is, I think, something you've just alluded to, which is that whereas previously democracy might have been valued instrumentally, that is, people might think, well, you know what, I think the most effective way to bring about good government is to do democracy. And then a monarchist might say, no, I think a monarchy is a much better way to bring about that end, and you can debate that. Once democracy becomes the norm, it's no longer that people believe in democracy because they think it brings out the best results, but because there's something intrinsically good about democracy itself. And that's why now you can't have a world leader, you can't have a Putin stand up and say, well, sure, like I'm an autocrat, but I'm doing it for the sake of the people. Because people don't care about it instrumentally anymore. They care about the intrinsic value of something like democracy, and so he has to say he's a Democrat. North Korea has to describe itself as democratic because democratic has become something that's intrinsically valuable. This, I would imagine, is something you would see as a mistake.
Right.
Why would I know where
and
your
again, you're right,
pens
because even Louis XIV and others might say things like, well, I'm appointed by God in some sense, but I'm sort of like the father of the French people, and I rule over them the way that a father does for their sake, and so on. There's a couple. So one thing that happens in the book against democracy, people tend to focus on the end where I talk about epistocracy, and that's really not the main part of it. It's the most, maybe it's what people find interesting, but the main point of that book is to sort of take democracy down a few notches and try to argue that all of these deontological arguments for democracy fail. It's ultimately going to come down to how well it works. And so I go through, 12 or 13 major arguments for democracy, and many of them are based upon the symbolic value of democracy. It's something I find kind of perplexing about philosophers. Philosophers love to make arguments about what an institution expresses. So a whole different field of research of mine is on things like people say, sure, a market in kidneys would save lives, but we shouldn't have it because putting a kidney up for sale expresses the idea that a human life is not of intrinsic value and is not sacred. So we have to let people die in order to express that people have sacred value. And that's a very common argument that lay people make, that the Pope makes, that Michael Sandel makes. People make similar kinds of arguments in democratic theory. They'll say, so people like John Rawls or Steve Wall and others will say things like, democracy expresses the idea that we are all fundamentally equal. And if we have a non-democratic system, this involves invidious comparisons between people. It will hurt their self-esteem. It's saying that one person is better than another. And that's the basic idea, and then people flesh that out in more rigorous ways than giving them credit for in this brief discussion. But they find that really compelling. Democracy expresses equality. Other people just say democracy simply constitutes equality. If you have a system in which some people rule and some people don't, the people who don't are simply less equal. They're not as valuable. They're not as powerful. They have a lower status than other people. And so therefore, we have to have democracy for equality's sake, even if it doesn't work that well. And people find that to be a very compelling argument. So a lot of what I try to do is just take arguments like that and show how you wouldn't find that plausible in other cases. Right. So
well,
if you made the
you
same
can give
kind
us
of
one example of such a case.
Yeah. So let me go through maybe one argument. So there's this idea that I think the following is true. In a typical modern democracy, when you are given the right to vote, that sort of functions as a public marker that you are considered a valuable person and a full member of society. I think as a sociological explanation of how people view that, in fact, it does have that meaning. It's not a meaning built into it. It's a meaning that we attach to it. Yeah. And that's part of the reason why when you see civil rights movements, what ends up happening is certain people are excluded from the right to vote because they're seen as inferior. Like even today in many countries, convicted felons are deprived of the right to vote, which, by the way, I don't advocate that. But they're deprived of the right to vote because society is basically saying you committed a serious crime, and as a result, we're giving you the middle finger, and we're telling you you're lower status. You don't get to vote. So people fight for this right because they think of it as, this is what allows me to look you in the eye. It's the public affirmation of my standing as an equal person. Like, that seems true, but to me it seems contingent. It doesn't seem like a fact of the universe. It just seems to be a way that people think about the right to vote. You can imagine a society in which, say, the right to practice medicine is seen as the same way. So, like, in your country and mine, not everyone can be just practice medicine. I'm not allowed to just go start offering medical services to people. I have to get a license. But no one thinks that the fact that I'm forbidden by law to practice medicine in some way reduces my status as a person and makes me unable to look other people in the eye. They just go, yeah. I mean, even if you're opposed to medical licensing, like as many libertarians are, they don't think it like reduces people's status. They think it's a bad idea, but they don't think it like hurts their self-esteem or makes them inferior. So imagine a different kind of world from ours. Imagine a world in which at age 18, everybody receives, let's say, a red scarf from the government, and you wear this outside. And you wearing this scarf is sort of a public marker that you are considered a full and equal member of our society, right? There might be other things going on as well, but just imagine that's the case. And now suppose like some new kind of far right-wing party comes to power that is anti-gay. They think that anyone who's like queer or homosexual or whatever is an inferior person. And when they come to power, the first thing they do is they remove the legal right to wear that scarf from people who don't meet their preferred sexuality, and they stop issuing it to anyone who's gay. Like they issue a test that somehow determine who's gay and who's not, and they take the scarf away. If they did that, that really would be the government telling those people, you are inferior, F you, you're not as good as the rest of us. And it would make sense in that world to march on the streets and demand that they get the red scarves back, right? Given the sociological meaning of those scarves. However, sitting here in the armchair imagining that world, we know that it's not like the scarves fundamentally have to mean that. It's just a meaning that they've implanted into the scarves. Okay? So then you might start asking questions about, well, what if it turns out that the meaning of this, like the scarves have other effects that people didn't know about? So for instance, suppose we found out that if you wear a red scarf, this causes cancer. It turns out every single red dye that exists causes cancer and ends up killing people and a whole host of other diseases. In fact, unbeknownst to us, the reason that there's even mortality in the first place is that people wear the color red. If only you never touched the color red, you'd live forever. Imagine we discovered that. Well, what we wouldn't do is go, well, it's too bad we have to wear red scarves, and I guess that means we all have to die. We'd recognize is like, look, it's a contingent sociological construct that we imbue red scarf wearing with this social meaning. Once we discover that red scarf wearing has these other pernicious effects, what we should do is change the meaning of this practice, revise it for an alternative practice. So what I'm arguing is that it looks to me like the idea that giving someone the right to vote is the way that you show that they are an equal, full member of society is equivalent to saying that it's red scarves. And I think if you think about it, it kind of obviously is, because you could simply imagine a society. It's easy. You can do it right now. Like I promise you, the listener can do this right now. Just imagine a society in which people think having the right to vote isn't that big of a deal, and what makes you a full and equal member of society is that you're given a full range of liberal rights. That is the grounds of your status. That is the grounds of your power. That's what makes you a person. That's what makes you a thing that deserves respect. And in that world, having the right to vote is treated like being a medical doctor. Yeah, some people can do it, some people don't. It's not a big deal. We license it the way we license plumbers and medical doctors. It's easy to imagine a world where people think that way. So now it's a question of, should we think that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would hesitate to call the medical practice and voting analogous in this circumstance for the reason that if we imagine this world where, yes, okay, being a full, equal member of society is signified by having a full set of liberal rights. The thing about voting is that whoever gets voted for is going to be able to directly affect those rights. The definition of those rights, the number of the rights, whether those rights remain or whether they're taken away. Medical practice is very important. Of course, people live and die on the basis of it. But I don't think that there's a similar level of, well, if I'm not a medical doctor, I'm worried that, the medical care is going to be worse, or it's going to become immoral or corrupt. I don't have a real fear that because of the fact that not everybody can be a medical doctor, there's going to be some kind of medical tyranny that results in the medical community suddenly deciding that they're not going to treat a certain race, or they're not going to treat women or something. And in part, that's because there's like a second order consideration that the medical community is itself beholden to this more fundamental thing called government, and it's government that voting bears upon. And so in a way, in this world, voting kind of does bear upon medical practice as well, in the sense that if you do have a problem with the fact that, you have to get a medical license, the way to solve that problem is through governmental action, if you see what I'm saying. And so I think that I understand what you mean, that it's not necessarily the case that being able to vote means that you're an equal and full member of society, but there's a level at which not being able to vote does put that in jeopardy, in a way that not being able to be a medical doctor doesn't put your physical health in jeopardy.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I agree that's an important argument. I think it's a different argument, and for what it's worth, the argument I just gave you about the red scarf thing, that comes in a section after arguments like the one that you just gave.
Sure.
So I think a different set of arguments that they're kind of deontological, they're kind of consequentialist, are arguments that in some way push what you're just saying. Giving a person the right to vote is essential to protect them. It prevents them from being dominated. It's the mechanism that ensures government response to their interests, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a variety of different versions of this. I think I go through like 6 or so in the book. And so I think the response to that is to ask, well, what exactly is the value of a vote to a particular person or even to a group of people? So someone like, let's say Philip Pettit might say that I might be dominated if I don't have any kind of ability to participate in government. But it seems pretty implausible that my ability to participate in government is going to be the thing that protects me from domination. If whatever, like, let's say, people vote in sort of like demographic blocks, right? Like you're a member of a certain race, and like you think of yourself as a member of a race, or you think of yourself as a particular kind of identity. In fact, we have strong empirical evidence people do.
Should I do this?
That's not an unreasonable supposition. It's probably true, actually. Whatever group I belong to, if everyone in that group but me has the right to vote,
Can I win if
that's
I do
going to
this
offer
right
me
now?
as equal protection as everyone, including me. It's not like my individual right to vote is going to make any kind of difference in these things. It's just astronomically unlikely that it'll ever have any profound effect. I mean, having a right to vote is like having a bucket and a tsunami is approaching you, and the tsunami is all the other voters. Like, you don't really matter. So what they have to try to do is argue that it matters on a collective basis, and like the reason like you have the right to vote is not because your individual right matters, but because just distributing votes widely has certain kinds of effects. But now we're back into these kinds of empirical arguments about how do people actually use their votes? Are they using them to protect themselves? Are there alternative systems?
I should have done that, but I would feel bad.
And then we get some weird results. Things like elite voters are
especially since he said well played. I would have felt real bad. Oh, shit. Okay, we're going into a 1v1. Alright, 1v1, here we go. He's gonna break. Do I have cards? I do, I have 10. Where does he put? Come on, make a decision, otherwise you're gonna get fucked on. Fairly decent choice. Does he smack me or does he run around the world? Oh, he runs around the world. He should have just... I guess if he smacked me, he wouldn't have had... He would have lost next round.
Actually more liberal than non-elite voters. You know, so like the masses are much closer to being Nazis than like the elites are. The masses wouldn't say that about themselves, but we have all this evidence. We know we're not saying they're Nazis, but we know that they tend to be illiberal. They actually tend to be more authoritarian. That's one of the reasons why populist movements usually lead to authoritarian results, because the masses don't really believe in constitutional limits and these other kinds of things. They believe in having a strong person who just pushes other people around and gets their way. We can start asking about, do the masses actually vote on their interests?
Yes.
Right. So this is like we're like the model of how democracy works really matters, and this is really why I got into democratic theory. I happen to like have a background in economics and political science, and I knew about the work that people were doing there. And then I would read democratic theory as done by philosophers and go, what the hell are they talking about? What does this have to do with the real world? It's not a justification of democracy as we find it. It doesn't justify the UK government or the US government or the French government. It's justifying a hypothetical government where people behave differently from how they behave. And so I think the model of democracy that most people work with is what I like to call
He's
the
doing very good.
model. I like to call it
I
that because
honestly
in the
think
United
that
States,
he might be
like, around what we call sixth
that
grade,
he might be a master.
you're typically taught this. You know, like I have a kid who literally just taught this in sixth grade, like this year. So the model says that the typical adult has a set of values and things that they care about. They might learn from other people, but they care about some stuff. They don't have to be selfish. They might care about the environment or divinity or love or social justice or whatever. They have values. And then the second step is they learn how the world works. So they find out like what causes what, how institutions fail or succeed, what things are able to do. You know, what is the government able to do and not able to do? How does socialism work? How does capitalism work? How does this law work? So on the basis of this empirical information about how the world works and their values, they're going to form some sort of ideology, or at least an ideological bent. You know, they're like, I think that this set of institutions or laws or rules has a tendency to promote my values better than the alternatives. The next step is they go on election day and they look for the party or the person who best matches their ideological bent. Now, the theory allows them to be strategic and sophisticated. It could include things like, I recognize that maybe the party that best matches my bent has no chance of winning. So maybe I'm going to vote for second, third best party. I might even do things like, you know, maybe I recognize no party supports my views, but if I can have gridlock, that would be better for me than not. So this.
That was good. No wonder what he was. Oh, he was just an intermental. Huh. Oh man, I'm almost up to Grandmaster. Oh. Yeah.
You're going back online?
Yep. Ugh.
What attraction?
You can allow for strategic voting, but the basic idea is they vote in order to cause government to do things that promote their values based upon their ideological bent. According to this theory, everybody is doing this, and then the parties are themselves trying to win power. So when they run candidates and run platforms, they're doing this in order to get power for themselves. They're going to run things that they think will actually succeed and get them elected. Right? So it might be that because the people want this and not that, this is what we support. And then as a result, when the parties come into power, on election day, the person who is elected or the party that's elected is going to match the ideological preferences of at least a large chunk of the population, if not literally everybody. And remember, these preferences are based upon their understanding of the world and their values. So as Philip Parvin says, though he doesn't endorse this theory himself, he thinks it's wrong, democracy converts the popular will into power. And finally, the last step is if the party does a bad job, either because they give the people what they want and it turns out it's a bad idea to want it, or because they fail to do it, people vote them out on election day and elect somebody else. So they're going to be disciplined to make sure that they govern well, because they'll be punished down the road. In the same way that, Chipotle is required to make sure you like the food that you eat there because you won't come back. Right? So that is the theory of democracy people work with. And if it were true, there'd be a lot to be said for democracy. It still have lots of problems about minorities and so on, but nevertheless, it'd be a pretty good theory. The problem is probably every single thing I said was wrong. Every single step of that is mistaken. Like, not a single bit of it is correct. It turns out we have lots and lots of evidence of this. Even, in fact, the very earliest studies of voter behavior by people like Philip Converse and others were finding bizarre things like the typical person doesn't seem to have any real values. It's not me. I don't mean like they believe things like you shouldn't kick a baby in the face for fun, and it would be better if they were a piece rather than not. They care about these really basic kinds of things, but not much else beyond that. They don't appear to have something like an ideological bent, right? So there's a good book called Neither Liberal Nor Conservative that by Kelmo and Kinder, which goes through about 75 years of evidence on this, their own work plus other people, and their high estimate, and granted this is American data, but their high estimate is that something like 15 to 16% of the public, maybe it's like 20% of the public, has something like a stable ideological bent, and the other 80% are just non-ideological. Oddly, these people vote for the same party almost every time. Very few people swing. It turns out most people don't know what their party stands for. If you interview them and ask them what they themselves stand for, they'll give you an answer, but you can ask them the same question a month later, they'll give you a different answer. If you ask them why they changed their minds, they'll say, I didn't change my mind, I've always thought this, which isn't true. We know it's not true. They'll vote for things other than the basis of ideology, and the political system reflects that. Plus, people don't have the information that they supposedly need to know. So Apaya has a good sort of summary of this alternative view, which is often called democratic realism, which says that people vote for who they are, not what they want. Voting is sort of an expression of my identity. I'm a Boston Irish Catholic. Other Boston Irish Catholic people, they root for the Boston Red Sox. So to show that I'm one of them, I'm also going to root for the Boston Red Sox. And when I do that, I get social benefits. They drink this beer, not that beer. So I'm going to drink that beer too, and I get social benefits. And one of the things they do is they vote Democrat. And when I vote Democrat, then they go, you're one of us, and I get social benefits. So on the realist view, the majority of people the overwhelming majority of people are using voting and political affiliation as an expression of their identity for social reasons. Policy is incidental. Politics is not about policy. On this view, elections are, in fact, essentially random events. And even, by the way, on this view, the majority of people who seem to have an ideology are actually just copying what their party says. So a nice instance of this is, it's like, I don't vote I'm not pro-choice because, I'm not a Democrat because I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-choice because I'm a Democrat. That's the idea. That sounds implausible, but then there's ways of testing it. The evidence seems to suggest this is true for most people. So a nice instance of this would be, say, take American Republicans on the issue of free trade. In 2016, the typical Republican, if you ask them, what's your view on free trade? If they were able to give you a consistent answer month after month, would say that they're pro-free trade. Donald Trump becomes the presumptive nominee, and they interview these same Republicans again and ask them, what's your view on free trade? And all of a sudden, they're protectionist. You would think that this is an entrenched view among Republicans, but it's not. You ask those same people, like, why did you change your mind? 3 months ago, you said you're pro-free trade. Now, a perfectly reasonable thing for them, well, I shouldn't say reasonable, but an understandable thing for them to say would be, Donald Trump had such good arguments against free trade, I changed my mind. That's not what they say, though. They say, what are you talking about? I've always been pro-protectionist. They don't even realize that they've changed their mind. Or you might take, say, attitudes towards Russia in the United States. It used to be that Democrats were pretty soft on Russia.
No, I definitely did change my mind.
And Republicans were hard on it, but because of Trump's weird kind of entanglements with Russia, suddenly it became a marker of democratic identity to be like very warmongering towards Russia and anti-Russia, and for Republicans to be pretty soft. Like, so, Aiken and Bartel say, you would think that if anything, attitudes towards Russia were totally entrenched in American ideology, but it turns out, nope, that's just another thing that we use to sort of root for our team.
Yeah, and so the fear is that people don't know what they're voting for. When they do, it's unclear that the beliefs that they hold that are motivating that vote are, let's say, I don't want to say sincere, but, rationalized and thought out, and not just adopted because that's essentially the party or societal line, along with the fact that even if all that were the case, and their individual vote might make some kind of difference, when in reality, even in the closest elections, when you have like a few hundred votes in the balance, I think George Bush became the governor of Texas by a margin of something like 500 votes or something, if I'm remembering rightly, and even in those cases, it's still quite a small chance that your individual vote is going to make a difference. All of this put together leads us to a conclusion that what democracy is unfeasible, that it's bad, that it's immoral, that it's how would you best sort of put into a sentence what the issue is here with democracy?
I mean, I would just say, one sentence, God, I have too many sentences to say. I would say the most important thing to think is democracy doesn't work the way you think it does. Right?
Okay.
That's takeaway. Regardless of any kind of value, a judgment you put on it, it doesn't work the way you think it does. So once we get an account of how it works, then we can start asking what kind of value it has. So one argument people make, like Winston Churchill makes, is it's the worst form of government except for all the others. That might still be true. We can still make a comparative case and ask, of all the feasible alternatives, how do they match up according to some external values? Right? Maybe it is in fact the best. Maybe there's alternatives that could work better. However, I do think that there is a built-in criticism of democracy that comes with this. So that is, I think that I have this idea I've been pushing called the competence principle, which I see as a principle of legitimacy that is not itself a full theory of governmental legitimacy. It's just a principle that, regardless of your background ideology, I think you should insert into your theory. In fact, I think you probably already believe it if you think about it. And this theory says that anyone who is going to exercise political power over somebody else, at least if it's a high-stakes decision, has an obligation to act competently and in good faith. Right? And then I think democracy runs afoul of that obligation, or frequently does. Mm-hmm. So the analogy I like to use is to think about a trial by jury. Let's suppose that you've been accused of first-degree murder, or whatever the equivalent is in the UK. I don't know if you have that distinction, but whatever the worst form of murder is, intentional, premeditated, cold-hearted. Let's say you've been accused of that and you have a jury trial, and during the trial, the jury doesn't pay any attention to the evidence. They just completely zone out, and then they decide to flip a coin, and they find you guilty on the basis of a coin flip. Or they decide to find you guilty because they just don't like people like you. Maybe they don't like your religion. Maybe they don't like you as a person. Maybe, or perhaps you own a rival business. You own a bagel shop. They own a bagel shop. They want to put you out of business, so they find you guilty. Or they do it because they're just mean. They just think it'd be fun to watch someone suffer, and they know that jail stinks, so they're going to put you in jail. Or let's say the evidence is given to them, but they're just completely unable to understand it. It's just above their heads. Goes over their heads, so they find you guilty without understanding what they're talking about. Or imagine they have like weird conspiracy theory beliefs. They think that you are a member of the Illuminati, or the Knights Templar, which is a secret organization still around destroying the world, or you're one of these lizard people that secretly rules the world, and they find you guilty on that basis. In any of these situations, we would think that the jury's decision is unjust. And not just unjust, but that if we knew that they made this decision, we should not enforce it. And in fact, in the US, in certain states, if you can demonstrate that the jury has made the decision on one of these bases, ignorance, malice, selfishness, irrationality, etc., you can get a new trial, because you're part of the idea of a fair trial, that like they have to know what they're doing. So I think that that's right, but I think if you think about why that applies to a jury, it applies not only to juries, it applies to generals and presidents and prime ministers and members of parliament. And I think there a lot of people agree. Yeah, the president or the prime minister has to act competently and in good faith. It's not permissible to decide to, instantiate a law because it benefits you selfishly if it hurts the people. Or you're not allowed to just wake up and be like, should we bomb Russia today? Well, I'm going to flip a coin. Heads, okay, I guess the nukes are flying. You're not allowed to do that. So these are deontological constraints on how you decide. You must act competently and you must act in good faith. Where they resist this is when you get to democracy, because they're going to tell themselves a story that it doesn't apply here because we're only deciding for ourselves, which I think is just obviously false when you think about it. I think I'm not a paternalist at all. Like, I think it's very stupid for you to drive without a seatbelt, but I think you should be legally allowed to drive without a seatbelt if you're an adult. I think it's stupid for you to do cocaine, but you should be allowed. Well, not stupid. If you do it every day, once in a while, who cares? But if you're like addicted to cocaine doing it every day, I think that's a really stupid choice. But you should be allowed to do that. I think you should be allowed to like eat yourself into diabetes or whatever else you want to do. I think
this guy
people
must be
have
a
radical
libertarian.
authority over themselves to make terrible and stupid choices. I am anti-paternalist, like as deep as you can get there. However, when we make decisions in the political realm, we're not simply deciding for ourselves. It's not like when I go to the voting booth and vote, I'm deciding what is going to happen to me. I'm just an input into a mechanism that decides for everybody. So it's in any actual democracy, it's a small number of people deciding a bunch of rules that will affect other people who oppose the rules, people who weren't able to vote, people who aren't legally allowed to vote, people who are affected by the rules but who don't have the rights, who have any kind of say in them, foreigners, residents, and so on. Future generations. I mean, think about how Brexit has a massive effect on future generations, and it was largely decided by elderly people.
Oh,
right. So like people who are now who are just being born now, this will affect their lives, but they didn't get a say in that. Right. So democracy is not us ruling ourselves in the way that my deciding to eat, too much Cadbury chocolate is me deciding for myself. It's a group of people deciding for others.
Yes, and indeed, I think the debate around seatbelts, as far as I've heard it, offers a good analogy, because most people I know who share a sort of anti-paternalism that say, no, even if it's harmful, you should be able to do what you like. You say, okay, wearing a seatbelt, you shouldn't be forced to do it by law. And they say, yeah, sure, I agree with that, actually. Yeah, if you don't want to wear a seatbelt, then fine. Then you point out to people that if you don't wear a seatbelt, then when your car crashes, you're far more likely to harm another person. You fly through the windshield, you crash into the car, it makes the crash worse. And so if you crash into a car or you run over somebody else, it can actually make it more dangerous for them. At which point they then might go, oh, okay, do you know what? Okay, I'm not a paternalist, but because you've just pointed out to me that wearing a seatbelt isn't just about...
I don't believe that statistic, that it actually makes you more likely to hurt someone else. And if it is, it's a very small percentage. If you are pink, you put this down so that he can get into there. Because that's what he wants. He wants to go into there. But if you're green, what you would do is that you just take this and then you have a stack outside here.
About me, I can understand why it should be a legal requirement. And the same thing here can be said of voting, that people don't vote for, although they might vote sort of motivated by their own interests, the result of their vote does not only bear upon them. And again, I think this is something that people can understand. I think people will. It's somewhat radical in a democratic society to suggest that this makes democracy illegitimate or something, but it's not a sort of unintelligible view to most people. They get it immediately, what it is that you're saying. The problem, of course, the most important problem that people will always raise, is that once you start saying that there needs to be some kind of competency test in order to exert political power, including voting, somebody has to design this test. We have to figure out how we're going to test for competence, and also how we're going to prevent that test from being politically exploitable to determine who can and can't vote based on pursuit of political aim. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, that's the most important thing. It might very well be that this is a real complaint about democracy, and the answer is, well, we can't do any better.
Sure, yeah.
We might be able to say things like, perhaps proportional voting is better than first past the post voting, and that leads to better government, or perhaps a parliamentary system is better than a presidential system, and that leads to better government. But these are all variations on democracy. By the way, this question about competency, even radical Democrats worry about this. So one way of reading people like Habermas and Dreisig and other deliberative Democrats is that in their view, for democratic decisions to be legitimate, they have to meet very, very stringent considerations of rational deliberation. And in matter of fact, no government's meeting, even Switzerland isn't meeting these standards. So there are people who are seen as radically democratic, but if you take their philosophy as stated, what they would also be saying that like government as we see it is not very good. And you actually can get people to say that in practice. Like when I debate my frequent debate partner, Helen Landemore, I'll often complain about like what we see in the real world. And she goes, who says that's democracy? That's not real democracy. And she means that great point. So having stringent but then that very same point applies to them. It's one thing if in a laboratory, a supposedly disinterested researcher can get a bunch of people to deliberate together and produce very good results. It's another question about whether, once this is instantiated to law as a method of decision making, whether it can be done in a fair and just way, or whether it would instead be captured by parties who would try to run deliberation and have the people who facilitate it be biased in a certain way, or jerry-rig who gets to be in the deliberative body in order to generate the results that they want. So I think this is a super important criticism, and it's the kind of criticism I myself bring it up in the book, because one of the things I tend to think philosophers ignore is the issue of government failure. Like, things will not work the way that you want. Philosophers have a tendency to say, imagine angels running a political system, how would it work? And I go, if we're going to imagine angels, we can just be anarchists. So every time we're talking about government, we're talking about flawed people. It's a whole other debate, but I think that you get that pretty quickly. So we always have to be, whenever we defend a political system, we have to be saying, how would this work with people like us? Not how would it work with angels. With angels, we don't need it. We don't need criminal courts. With angels, we don't need government.
Yeah, you say in the book that if people could debate, well, if we had an ideal monarchy and an ideal democracy, which would be better, but this is kind of a waste of time because that doesn't take into account an ideal monarchy, which all monarchies are going to be, at least human monarchies, unideal versus unideal democracies, but even like ideal democracy versus unideal monarchy, or ideal monarchy against unideal democracy. What we need to talk about is the real world, and that is a world of flawed human beings who most of the time don't know what they're talking about.
Right. So for this reason, I think what I'd like to do if I could mess around with this is really experiment with different kinds of systems on a small scale in relatively stable and non-corrupt environments, and sort of see what works and learn from it, and then scale up. In a way, I think of it like, as a person who's considering alternatives to democracy, and that's the thing applies, by the way, to deliberative Democrats themselves, even though they see themselves as trying to make democracy work in a truly democratic fashion, you don't really know till you try it. We know there are always going to be unintended consequences when we scale something. So we have to experiment on a small scale and then see what works and then scale up. For that reason, I think the kind of political system I'd like to experiment with is what you might call enlightened preference voting. So there's this method in political science and economics right now where you use statistics to try to assess things like what influences why people vote. So for instance, I was giving a talk at Wellesley College a few years ago for like some winter session that they had, and I was telling them about how economists tend to overwhelmingly favor free trade. They can think of special circumstances where it's not efficient, but they say in the real world those don't obtain that much, and you can't really trust politicians to judge anyway, so let's just have free trade. And a student raised her hand and said, yeah, but economists are weird. They tend to be, like, compared to the demographics of the public as a whole, they tend to be skewed male. They tend to either be white or Asian. I don't like that category Asian that Americans use, but because it's not a race, but whatever. Asian.
I mean, it is a race. We all know what we're talking about when we say Asian.
As opposed to other ethnicities, they tend to...
I mean, does he want us to call them, what the fuck is it called? What? Orientals? I'd be fine with that.
To be upper middle class or rich. which is all true. So how do we know that economists thinking this is not a result of them being white/Asian, rich, and
Yes.
et cetera? And I think she thought I was going to be really bothered by this. And I said, no, actually, that's a perfectly legitimate scientific hypothesis. That's what's causing it. But you're going to be interested to find out that economists have actually tested this hypothesis. And one way you test it is to find out what people's beliefs are and then control for information and control statistically for their demographics. And what you find is actually all things equal, being rich tends to make you slightly anti-free trade, right? Not pro, anti. It actually has the negative effect. It's the information that it's economists' information that makes them pro-free trade. Even if you look at the American National Election Studies, which are surveys done of Americans every 2 years, finding out, which often give them a multiple choice test and find out who they are and what they know, you find that information as an isolated variable pushes towards free trade, whereas various demographics push for and against it. So I told her about this research, and she was like, oh, cool. Yeah, now we know. So this is something that economists and others have been doing. It's like, if we want to know what causes you to think what you believe, we can do is find out what you know, find out who you are, and then just use basic statistics to isolate each variable to see how it affects your attitudes. So, and so one thing that economists and political science are doing with this is trying to estimate, like, what would the public support if only it were fully informed? What would the public support if it were completely ignorant? And this has been a method around for decades. So what if we use this as a way of kind of stimulating an informed public? So the idea is, on election day, everyone gets to vote. Children, your cat, doesn't matter. Let them all vote. When they vote, they don't vote. When they vote, they're going to do three things. The first thing is they're going to tell us who they are. There's a question about how we demarcate demographic categories, how will they prove it, and so on. These are complicated questions. It might turn out that it collapses because of this. The second thing they do is they tell us what they want. Whatever it is we're voting on, whether it's who our member of parliament will be, or who the dog catcher should be, or whether a referendum should be passed, whatever it is we're voting on, they give us their answer to that. The third thing they do is tell us what they know. We give them, say, a 40-question battery of questions about basic political information. This test does not determine whether their vote counts. It doesn't exclude some votes and let some votes in. Rather, it goes kind of into this statistical black box. And now what you do is when you get this set of data with lots and lots of people, what you can do is estimate what would a demographically identical public have voted for if only it had gotten a perfect score on this test. It's possible that there will be radical divergence. It's not built into the system that they're going to converge on something. But that's sort of like a way of estimating, if I could wave a magic wand and make it so the public knew what it was talking about, what would it have supported? So then, as you said, the big question is, who decides what goes on the test?
Yeah. I mean, also, I wanted to just I mean, you said in this case, it's not that, you know, your performance on the test determines whether you can vote or not, but in a way it seems indirectly that is what's happening, because, you know, the result you get of how would people vote if they were fully informed is going to be skewed by what people are writing as answers to their test and what it is that they're voting for. So it doesn't sort of count in a direct manner. But, I mean, it doesn't count directly when you vote anyway, because your vote is such a minimal contribution. It does seem to still have that effect. And so the question that you were about to go on to of what's on that test is going to be the really important point of contention here.
Yeah, I think it is true. Like, after the fact, you could statistically go back and go, okay, well, given how the test happened to work, given everyone else's inputs, it turns out that you had 7.1 times voting power as this person.
Yeah.
You know, after the fact, ahead of time, you don't really know. It's going to just depend. So I think it's in a way, yeah, you won't have equal voting power. So that's why, you know, one question is whether this counts as democratic or not. Because sometimes I propose this and people are like, this is just a funky form of democracy. And other people say what you say and go, no, I guess it's really not truly democracy, because sort of post hoc, we could in principle figure out like who had more power than others. However, it's still going to be like, you know, if it's not going to be like you have a slice of cake and I don't. It's going to be more like I have a very tiny crumb and you have a crumb that's 7 times that, but it's still a crumb.
Yeah.
Which is one reason I think we shouldn't make too much of big of a deal of political equality, because we're not fighting over equal slices of cake. We're fighting over crumbs. So the question, who decides what goes on the test? So here's my bizarre proposal that people think is weird that I would say this, but I actually think it's perfectly sensible.
Okay.
We have democracy decide. We have a democratic forum, a deliberative democratic forum, and they get to decide what goes on the test. We randomly select 500 people, and we say, you, 500 citizens, we're going to pay you $2,000, and we're going to put you in a hotel for a weekend, and you have to decide what will be on the test that is used to estimate an enlightened public in 6 weeks during the election. You can put anything you want on there. It could be the price of milk. It could be the price of a bus ticket. It could be unemployment rate. But you just have to. We just are going to charge you with the question of what counts as an informed voter according to you.
Yep.
And you might think, but these voters are uninformed. How are they going to know? We're not asking them to answer these questions. We're just asking what they think the questions are. And the reason I think this is okay is because the weird thing is, if you go and you ask people, we have studies on this. You go and ask people already, what counts as an informed voter? They say really sensible things. Well, you probably should know which laws were passed. You probably should know who like the executives are. You probably should know things like the unemployment rate or how much money is being spent on this or that. You probably should know like how the government works. And by the way, not just that stuff. You maybe should know things about what it's like to be an everyday person. Maybe you should know the price of a gallon of milk. Right? That's what they say. And then you're like, cool, what are the answers to those questions? And they don't know them. So it's kind of like if you've ever been in a class where, you know, you've done well enough in the class to sort of know what questions are going to be on the final exam, but not well enough to answer them. You know, or my son just took his driver's ed class final yesterday. And it's kind of like they knew the sorts of questions they were going to be asked, but I was there like watching kids walk out and some of them are crying because they failed. It's like they knew they were going to ask them questions about right of way, but they didn't actually know the rules of right of way. It's like, that's where the public is. They know that an informed voter like would know something like what the unemployment rate is. They know that an uninformed voter is going to know things like what is Congress able to do and not. They just don't know that stuff, right? They know that an informed voter should know who their congressperson is. They just happen not to know it. So I think democracies are perfectly capable of deciding what counts as an informed voter, even though they themselves don't meet that test.
I mean, doesn't it run into the same...
On that point, that's why some people say this is actually democratic, because they'll go, well, if democracy decides what counts as competence, then fundamentally that deliberative body decides. I don't want to get into that.
Isn't this just like a step back of, I mean, if you look at something like a representative democracy, we essentially say, look, we don't have the time to actually run the government, so what we're going to do is we're going to vote for who we think is competent, and those people get to make the decisions on our behalf. And, you know, once every 5 years or however long it is in whatever country we're talking about, we choose again. We decide, who is this person competent to make the decisions on my behalf, and if they are, then sure. And that's essentially the system that we have here in the UK, for example. What's the difference between that and saying, well, what we're going to do is we're going to decide who's competent enough to vote for those who are competent enough to make the decisions on our behalf? So it seems like it's just maybe sort of adding an extra step to a process that already exists. Like, what's the difference here?
Yeah, and if that's all it is, because, you know, there is this question, like, is this democratic or not? You know, and part of me wants to be like, well, if it isn't, then that's more radical, and you win more philosophy points or something. But in a way, I don't really care. It's just a question of whether it's better, right? Would it work better?
Yeah.
And so my word is, you know, empirically speaking, it turns out that when people are voting for their representative, they're not doing what we hope they're doing. They're not doing something like, well, I don't really know how to run the government, but I'm pretty sure it should be run in a social democratic fashion because that's what the evidence I have suggests would support my values. But I'm not really sure much beyond that. But I think that person over there is the person who really knows what they're doing, right? And I'm going to vote for that person, right? That's sort of the hope. Like the 6th grade model of democracy is saying something like that. That's a variation of it. But it turns out people aren't doing that. It turns out it's more like, I really want to impress my friends that I'm like, you know, a good member of our community. So for the same reason I root for this football team, you know, and kind of irrationally root for them, even when they suck, or say things like, you know, like if one of the things that happens like in sports and politics is like, let's say somebody commits a foul and they get a red card, right? I'll say that was unfair. And if it's obviously fair, the other members of my team will be like, wow, you're a really good, loyal person. Like you really love our team. So you have this tendency in politics to do the same thing. You say and believe really stupid things because it's proof of your loyalty. That's what's going on, this like social stuff. So they're not picking this person because they think they're not genuinely picking the person because they think they're the best person to implement it. In fact, the fact that the person's terrible might be the reason they vote for them. It's all this social stuff, and the politics is incidental. So in a way, you could say what I'm trying to do is fix that part of it, make the system that selects the representatives better. However, it's not quite that, because I'm officially agnostic as far as what we're going to be voting on. Maybe this is a system of referenda. Instead of voting for a member of parliament, we just have all policies decided directly through the system. Maybe it's maybe they're doing something else. So it's just whatever it is they're voting for. given that people tend to use voting for social mechanisms, this is a way of sort of extracting information from the crowd and simulating a wise crowd that's trying to produce the right outcomes rather than a unwise crowd that's using politics for social reasons.
How do we protect against political manipulation in that the moment that we've got some kind of test involved as to who gets to be in government, including who gets to vote for who is in government, even just like sort of intricate changes over a very long period of time, unnoticeably so, can lead to quite drastic results. You know what I mean? Like, say we decided that a basic maths competency is needed in order to vote. We say, you know, well, asking questions about politics is too political, so why don't we ask sort of more objective things like maths? Can this person understand logic? You know, does this person have a familiarity with logical fallacies or how deduction works? But it might be the case that, for instance, you know, universities tend to be left-leaning, and so people with a university degree in logic or maths might tend to be left-leaning just by chance. But they also tend to perform better on the competence test, and then you have a populace of people that sort of selects for left-leaning voters. You see what I mean? Like a sort of unintended consequence. Now, this might be very minute and small, but at the beginning, sure, but then they vote for who maybe determines the next competency test, and they vote for who determines the next competency test, and you're slowly sort of changing the nature of the electorate in such a way that leads to, you know, 10, 15 years down the line, obvious political manipulation, and this time they can do it intentionally.
Yeah. I'm imagining more something like when we have the group that determines what's on the test, we use random sortition of all adults to do that. So one way to check that is just have random sortition. Like, we're not going to have any kind of check beyond like you can breathe. Like, you're breathing and awake, you're in. If you get selected at random, you're in. However, I think despite that, there are always going to be instances of this kind of thing. All the time in politics, parties are manipulating the system for their benefit. So, you know, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a scientist in the U.S. who thinks first past the post voting is a good idea. It's like pretty clearly a crappy system. But it's not going to change in the U.S. because both the Democrats and Republicans know that their duopoly depends upon this, and they're never going to vote for a new system. So our politics is radically determined by things like first past the post voting, which is a shitty way of voting, right? And it won't change in my lifetime. You know, I'd be willing to bet a lot of money on that. So maybe, you know, Alaska might get rid of it, but it's not like it's going to get changed at the national level.
I don't know what I did. I fucked up. I got a 10 trade. Damn.
So yes, it will be manipulated, it will be abused. So for me, it's like I just think it has to be better. It doesn't have to be perfect. Of course, it's going to be done badly. Of course, it's going to be manipulated. Of course, there's going to be gaming. Of course, if you have things like a facilitator who tries to take this randomly selected group of citizens and their job is to try to like get them to discuss what's going to go on in the exam, of course political parties are going to try to have some control over who that facilitator is to try to nudge them in the direction of their party. I mean, absolutely, people are flawed, and they're flawed all around, right? So I think the question is not, is it flawed, but comparatively, is it better? Does it fix some of the problems? Does it lead to better outcomes? Is it overall a better system?
And
So I think at the end, that's what we're stuck with. I think basically what I try to do against democracy is argue all the deontological arguments for democracy fail. The arguments that say it's good regardless of the consequences or apart from the consequences fail. All we're left with is democracy performs better than the alternatives according to whatever the objective criteria of good outcomes are, including, so one of the things I have in the book is to criticize a view that says there's no such thing as that, like democracy is good because of what it decides. So if once you get to that point where you're an instrumentalist about government, the best government's the one that works the best, then a government can be flawed, it just has to be better than the alternatives.
So yeah, if there is a problem with any form of epistocracy that you're putting forward, or any form of alternate voting system, people will be quite right to say, well, what about political manipulation? What about the negative unintended consequences that this might have? But the question should always be, is that also true of democracy? And if it is, which is going to be worse? It's been interesting. I think I'm hoping that some of the people listening, this might be the first time that they've come across this kind of idea, and so perhaps in a display of irony, we could put it down to a vote or something in the comment section as to whether people like democracy as a political ideal. Jason Brennan, the book that we've been talking about mostly is Against Democracy, published in 2016, but most recently also Democracy, A Guided Tour. I'll make sure that they are linked in the description and in the show notes. Thanks for coming on the podcast.
Thanks for having me.
If you enjoy...
Whoa. The internet's worst predator hunter. Ooh. We have to watch this. Obviously. Should I...
I pray that if you're not the man yet to be running this country, I pray that God shapes you to be the best man to run this country.
I pray that God gives you the words that need to be spoken to your peers and to your generation.
That means the world to me.
That's what I will pray for, and I'm grateful for yours as well.
I'm just playing, I don't fight, I do pray. I only go the way of Mr. Yahweh.
It's not often I sit down with somebody and they say something that makes me think. Brother, this was great.
I love you guys.
Will you give me something to think about?
My own damn way.
I had a lot of fun on this interview. I am excited about this episode.
I know.
Thank you for having us in your beautiful house.
Thank you for coming over, guys.
Hallmark house, by the way.
Oh, I appreciate that.
This
Thank
is
you.
like a dream home. Like, I literally, every time we were walking back and forth, I would whisper to her, I'll be like, yo, we got to get a house like this.
I'm glad. I wish nothing but happiness for the two of you guys. And, I think the home is nice, but it's the people in it that make a difference. And
Amen.
so that's what brings
100%.
happiness to the home for us. This is an inaugural first ever podcast in the basement of my home.
yeah.
It's next door to the playroom. And so exactly.
Let's go. We're going to have some
enjoying
fun and games
Yeah.
now. I'm glad we're talking about the home because I want to start with the home. I think I'm a first generation American. And I believe you are too.
Yeah. My parents are immigrants. Are you an immigrant? Or
I'm not an immigrant.
Your
I
parents
look like
came
one.
from where?
Iraq.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the reason I wanted to bring up the home, and it organically just kind of worked here, but the home, I feels like where everything begins.
Of course.
How the home is structured is how the community is structured versus the state and then the country. And I feel like right now, the home is starting to get divided. And so I wanted to start with the home and learn about your home, because from what I've watched, you working with Jake, surfing, you're rapping Eminem, I could tell you're very, very good on camera, and your heart is pushing in the right direction. And we have notes to talk about when you were in college and how you just love to debate. You go on the opposite side and just fight for them. And so I know you have everything you need to become a president one day. And so what I want to know is who you are without the office. I want to know what your home is like, because you're going to bring your home into the White House, and that home is going to duplicate in our country. So I want to just take a step back to know, who are you before you got into all this? How were you raised?
Yeah, I think it's interesting you say that. You may be light years ahead of where I was before I was married, but it's only after getting married and having kids myself that I really gained a deep appreciation for what you just said, which is that the home, the family unit, is the foundation for everything in a great society, great country. Even Aristotle, back in the early days of ancient Greece, believed that the household was the unit around which a great nation state is built. But I only understood that in my bones, I would say somewhat after getting married, but really only even after having kids. And so I applaud you for being well ahead of where I was in my own journey. And it should have been obvious to me, because that's actually what I had growing up, was a stable family, 2 parents in the house with a focus on education, instilling in us a belief in God. And I think that gave us the self-confidence to be able to jump high, as the case may be. My dad used to say, you can jump higher if you're jumping from a stable foundation. It makes sense. If your foundation is itself wobbly, you're not going to jump as high as you possibly could. And so part of that, I think, is it gives you a sense of self-confidence. Once you figure out who you are, it becomes easier to do the things that match who you are.
That was so confusing. Why did that light up?
Question is figuring out who you are. So anyway, for me, my upbringing was, I don't know how similar it was to yours, but maybe you tell me. I mean,
Did your parents spare the rod?
What's that?
Did your parents spare the rod?
What do you mean?
Like,
Let's bring it out a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, like, don't act up. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's important, because who's that?
Oh, I don't know.
It's the Vidge.
I'm just kidding. I wanted to freak you out because you're not.
You tell me.
Thanks, bro.
I was like, this is my home, but I don't know this man.
That's so funny.
It's good to see you, man.
Could you put this over there? I'll grab it if I need it. I found that so funny. He was like, I don't know. And I have security all around my house. I should probably know. So yeah, my dad never spared the rod. It's a biblical term, and God is, talking to the man of the house, and he's saying, don't spare the rod, because you might have to, show them what pain is at a small fraction.
You mean that literal sense, yeah. So my parents did not, they didn't use it often, but they didn't spare it.
Yeah. They only used it when they needed it.
Yeah, of course. And it's there. And so once you learn as a kid about the importance of the boundaries your parents have set, then you have actually an opportunity to build your own understanding of what is or is not appropriate around that understanding that your parents gave you. And so for me, it was maybe not uncommon to that of many immigrants who come to this country. There's a sense of insecurity, I guess, because my parents didn't come here with a lot of money. They were earnestly focused on one thing in life, which is making sure that their kids had a secure life that was better than their own. And they understood that gave them a responsibility to set clear boundaries at a young age. Okay, this is how you do things. This isn't how you do things. And it's not that as you grow up as an adult, you necessarily follow every little last boundary they set for you. I mean, if I had followed their wish and career path, I would have been a doctor practicing medicine, probably here in Columbus, Ohio, but living a very different life than we do now. But it gives you a starting point, or at least a framework from which to go in a different direction. But if you have no basis at all to say that, okay, this is the general norm, and I'm going to deviate from that norm in some way, if you're completely rudderless, I think that makes life a lot more difficult. And so anyway, I think that's what the nuclear family does, having two parents in the house, is it gives you a norm to say that even if you're going to do things a little bit differently, at least you have a stable foundation as the backdrop to deviate even from.
A foundation.
Exactly. If you lack that foundation, then I think we would have been.
Yes.
I think I speak for my brother and I both, but I definitely speak for myself. Probably a lot more rudderless and would not have achieved the things that I have in my life without that mooring in the first place.
I agree, but I also think that if you didn't have that fear factor, you also wouldn't have that. And I'm starting to realize that there's quotes that I follow that I know have a lot more power than people understand. And that's the reason why I always push in a biblical sense. Even if you're not a religious man, it's still a history book. And history repeats itself. So when
not only is it a history book, it is time-tested history book in the sense that this has given direction and purpose and meaning to people over a couple thousand years now. And so there's something there.
Yeah.
You could
I'm going to try
whether or not
this.
That's your sole basis for understanding truth or God. But there's literally, it's given people meaning for that long. It's at least withstood the test of time.
Well, every
the very
time they
least.
deviate from it, the kingdom falls.
Yeah.
And when I see a kingdom fall in history, I see what happens is they water down the father figure. Super perfect way to attack a country, attack a home. If you get rid of the father, then who's going to raise your kids?
Yes.
So I'm noticing that our country is being divided, and it's being divided, I would say, used by social media. I think that war that's happening now isn't like guns on the battlefield. It's turning your own people against you.
That's right.
So if I'm a social media star, I got to make sure that I'm representing this country in a well way. And so I disagree with a lot of things that Joe Biden is doing. And I've never really spoke politically for many reasons. One, I'm not a genius.
I only have
So
one.
it's hard for me to speak up if I don't know. Then I'll just be contributing.
It's very humble of you and honest.
It's stupid for me to come and play if I don't know what's going on. So I want everybody to know that I'm sitting here as an average American, one who's seeing what's going on in passing. And so I'm sitting here. I want to learn from you, and I also
Let's see
want
if he kills
to
me.
speak from the heart. So before I even speak about how I feel about Joe Biden, what is your feeling about Joe?
My feeling about Joe is I actually, maybe much less than other Republicans, spend a lot less of my airtime sitting around criticizing him, because I don't even think that in any real sense of the word, he is the operative president of the United States. I think he is, like so many politicians, a figure.
Yes.
He's a puppet for this managerial machine that sits underneath him. So it's like a bad version, a nightmarish version of like the Greg Popovich San Antonio Spurs, right? It almost doesn't matter who's playing point guard because it's a machine that operates irrespective of who's actually playing whatever role they're playing. And he just happens to be really the instrument, the puppet who's playing the role of the U.S. president. And viewed as such, see, a lot of people wonder, well, why would they nominate this man who has this many cognitive deficits or is unable to construct full sentences? In some ways, for the people who are operating that machine, that's not one person who's like the Wizard of Oz sitting behind the scenes. It's a whole machine.
He is.
It's actually more convenient when the president doesn't have independent thoughts of his own, when the president itself is just a cog in that wheel. And so, yes, could I give you a whole litany for 2 hours of a list of Biden's policies that have been disasters for the country, the failure to enforce basic policies on our southern border, the implications for economy? Yes, we could go through all of that, and wouldn't be that different than what many other Republican politicians could tell you. But I think the reality is actually far more interesting and far more important to the country, which is that the idea that this is one man who's actually calling the shots as the leader of the executive branch is a farce. He's not. The people who were electing to run the government, that's the myth we tell ourselves in America today. That we tell ourselves, we go through these elections, the people we elect to run the government, they're the ones running the government, then we hold them accountable. It's all a fairy tale. The people we're electing to run the government, they're not the ones actually running the government. It is this managerial bureaucracy, this machine that's independent of the people who we elect. But the people who we never elected are the ones really pulling the strings. And so what do I think of Joe Biden? I think he's a puppet. And I think for that reason, he's mostly irrelevant. And I think a lot of the focus disproportionately, like even in the Republican primary process, the pledge they had all the candidates sign is the Beat Biden pledge. As I signed it, I kind of scoffed. I mean, you had to sign it to be on the debate stage, so I signed it. But I kind of laugh to myself because it reflects the way in which the Republican Party is itself missing the point. I think there's a very good chance Joe Biden won't end up being the nominee by the time we get there.
Yeah.
The puppet masters are slowly losing their use for him. When you become totally impaired at a certain point, you stop being useful even as a puppet. But I think that's what I think is really going on with the Biden issue.
And you spoke on this, that one of your things that you wanted to bring to the attention was that you want the board, the people who are on the government, to be the ones to actually be running the government.
Yes.
Right?
That's there's two basic ideas that I approach this with. It's not black or white or even Democrat or Republican. One is the people who we elect to run the government should be the ones who run the government. And number two is those people who we elect, they owe a moral duty exclusively to the citizens of this country, not any other one. The first and only moral duty of U.S. elected leaders are to the U.S. citizens in this country. That's it. I don't think that's too much to ask. I think that's two basic ideas that we fought in the American Revolution to say. We get to choose who runs the government. We, the people, create a government that's accountable to us, not the other way around. That's what the American Revolution was fought for, and that's what I stand for.
My opinion of Joe Biden, and this is like my first time ever opening up. Let me first be very respectful. When I came to this country, my dad made it very clear in front of my friends. He embarrassed me really hard because we walked in as like high schoolers, not knowing anything about this country, and we were mad talking shit about this country. And my dad pulled me aside. He goes, "We gave up everything to be in this country." He goes, "So don't be the man that sits and complains and does nothing. Be the man who's quiet, rolls up his sleeves, and gets to work."
Yes.
Okay. So to be that man,
I love your dad already.
I have to see Joe Biden as a man that's greater than I, and I'll explain why. Because he rolled up his sleeves and he at least attempted to try to help this country. Now, I don't know him personally. I don't know his philosophies. I don't know what way he's
I don't know him
going
personally
about-
either.
Yeah. So for me to say, no, this guy's a clown, he needs to get out of here, it's stupid, it's idiotic, it's very immature. The man has dedicated his life to this country, so I must respect his heart. But as a 31-year-old man, I can't hide my eyes and my ears to see that the man who's running our country can't walk on and off stage. The man is disabled mentally right now. And that's not taking shots at him.
No, it's sad.
The man's age is there. He's done everything. I can't even go. When people say, oh, look at this man, he's not there, but the man was there. And the man gave everything he got to the point where literally the man's checked out. So as a citizen, I'm just saying, why isn't anybody stepping in? Because I've never voted. And the reason why I've never voted is because I believe that the votes don't matter. Now, that might piss a lot of people off. But come on, dude, the president's not here right now. So as a man who's trying to become more of a person who should be believing in voting, why should me or anybody else consider voting when the man who is in charge
South America
now is publicly and personally not running this country?
Yeah, so it sounds like you and I have some pretty similar observations. I think it's the most important thing, and I think many Republicans miss this. The man is not really the president of the United States in any sense that our founding fathers envisioned.
So then why
right?
should I care about voting?
So, and I come from a place of understanding where you're at, man. For most of my 20s, I voted in my first election back when I was 19. I voted for the Libertarian because I couldn't fathom voting for either George Bush or John Kerry in 2004. But I didn't actually vote for much of my 20s after that because I didn't see candidates who inspired me. So I'm coming from a place of understanding where you're coming from. I can tell you, sitting where I sit now, I still regret that. I still regret that because as long as there's somebody who has a last best chance, and this is why I ran for president this time, and I think that it's what motivated me and gave me a sense of obligation to do this. Somebody needs to come in and break that system. So it's not serving as a red-colored cog or a blue-colored cog in the same system, which is what you admittedly have from the professional politicians who repeatedly run. But what we need is somebody who isn't running as a red cog or a blue cog, but somebody who's bringing a baseball bat to break all the cogs.
Yeah.
Basic reforms that we need in our government that say the people who we elect to run the government. Get rid of a lot of the bureaucrats that are wielding these professional politicians like puppets. That puts more responsibility then on the elected representatives. Because what happens when you have the bureaucrats that are running the show is the elected representatives don't need to actually assume that level of responsibility anymore, and it works out better for them. It's true of the president. It's true of most people in Congress. What you said about Biden is true in terms of elder abuse and the gerontocracy in the White House.
No disrespect to him, but he's not able to do the job.
But we have many people in Congress and in the U.S. Senate that fit that same description because the job is being done by about 4 million federal bureaucrats who were never elected to those positions in the first place, but who are the real ones exercising power over the economy and the judicial and the legal system and the running of this country. And so these things work together where if you have a candidate who's actually going to step up and bring a baseball bat to break that system, I would say if you're disillusioned by the system, you still have an obligation to make sure that we burn that system to the ground and build a new one in its place.
Are you not oh man, that stressed me out. I thought that was going to hit my floor. I was about to piss my pants.
I didn't play by that system in so many ways.
Well, you're not out yet. I mean, you might be out for this
for
election,
this cycle.
But I know what you're doing. You're setting yourself in. You did a cannonball, showed the people what you could do, and then when you circle back, not only do the young Americans know who you are, but the new young Americans will know who you are. It's a perfect play. I know exactly what you're going to do.
And the next generation is, I mean, that's the whole reason we're doing this. I mean, my kids and their generation, in some ways, you're maybe close to a generation of the next generation to me. We're not going to have a country left unless we have somebody who actually breaks that system and breaks that entire cog and machine that this is built on. And so what I would say is kind of like the advice your father gave you a little bit. You don't value a country that you just passively inherit. You value a country that you have a stake in building, in creating, and knowing something about. So it's not just going to the ballot box and casting the ballot. Yes, I would encourage you to do that. But I think it is more importantly, having some sense of skin in the game and saying that, you know what, if I want a country different than the one that I live in today, it is my responsibility to step up and do my part to actually create that. So that's why I think that you might have heard me say this in the campaign trail, I think every high school senior who becomes a voting citizen should have to pass the same civics test that every immigrant has to pass in order to become a voting citizen in this country. I see no point in you going to the ballot box and just filling it out and handing it in, voting for the U.S. president, if you have no idea what branch of government the U.S. president even leads.
But they're not even educating them in school.
Absolutely.
What did you see this as like a form of brainwashing?
I would see it as a form of, so brainwashing is almost too kind. It's almost like a lobotomization, actually. Brainwashing is like brainwashing is trying to actually fill somebody's mind with an ideology. I think what we're seeing actually is closer to a mass lobotomization, which makes people stop having the ability to think any ideology in the first place. I think that's what modern algorithmic social media feeds, but I think a lot of that's happening in our educational system as well. I don't think the kids should be using or allowed to use their iPhones in the classroom. It makes jobs a lot easier for teachers in public schools who are able to check out while their kids are checked out in their own right, effectively all drugged without chemical drugs. But I think that part of what's happening is this mass lobotomization that creates this nation of sheep, right? Supplicated sheep. We're all just going through the motions, doing what our iPhones tell us to do on a given day. And then, of course, cultural indoctrination can then follow much more easily. But you can't indoctrinate a people who's independent in their thought process, people who are actually having independent thoughts. You can only indoctrinate a populace that has gone through the mass lobotomization that I think our educational system is foisting on our kids.
If people are a little bit more lazy, a little bit more relaxed, and maybe don't want to be, have to roll up the sleeves and do it, then it's easier in that sense. But so I do have a question about the fact that if the Federal Bureau isn't elected and those people are already in, then how would you go about breaking down the people who are controlling the federal bureaus?
So it takes a president who gets in there and actually has the spine to effectively burn the apparatus down.
Does he have the power to do that?
Yes. So this is a controversial view, but my firm view, and the current Supreme Court agrees with me on this 6-3. The answer is yes.
Could you break them down for me?
Yeah, I can
because
tell
I'm
you.
seeing Donald Trump try to do every single thing and get burned alive trying to do everything.
Sure, and I'm going to be helping him in whatever way I can. At this point, I think that he is the best person to lead this country for the next 4 years.
Do you want to be VP?
I want to do whatever's best for this country, to be honest with you. And from having been in the position of being a chief executive myself and running companies, and I ran for president, that's the question for the president to decide who he needs in different positions, and it's a question of what his vision is for his administration. But forget about what position.
That's humbling, and I want a humble man in office.
I mean, we want this country to be successful, and that means we want Donald Trump to be successful as the next president. So I'll do whatever is my power to make sure he is as successful as he possibly can be as the next leader of this country. But I think one of the things that I think have learned from the last 25 years, and even from Trump's first term, where he did a good job, is that you can't reform these bureaucracies. You have to be willing to get in there and actually shut them down. Here's the legal basis for how. So Article 2 of the Constitution, it's a great document. Sometimes it's worth go back and revisiting. We forget its existence sometimes. Article 2 of the Constitution says that the executive power of the United States shall be vested in a president. Not in 100 different executive agencies, in a president. That means, and I adopt a theory that's called the unitary theory of the executive branch, which means there's one executive branch. Not 100, not 1,000, not 50, one executive branch. The person who leads that executive branch is the U.S. president. And I know from being an executive, if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't work for you. In a literal sense, it means that you work for them because you're then responsible for what they do without any authority to change it. Even just to go outside of politics for a second. So when my first company was in the biotech industry, and we visited pharmaceutical companies in other regions, like in Japan or other places. And one of the things that's different in the Japanese economy is that even the CEO of companies can't fire the employees who actually work for them. And so one of the things that would happen, and this is a totally different company that I had nothing to do with, but I had a chance to learn about. The CEO or one of the higher ranking executives is talking about the fact that the stories, and this is a guy who had been in America, so he understood the American perspective. Right. So the CEO would say, oh, okay, I want you to stop working on this or that project. And they would look at him and say, yes, sir. Yes, okay. Comes back 3 months later. Well, they're still spending money on that same wasted project. He said, well, you're doing it. I told you not to. He said, oh, yes, sir. Okay, we will cease operations on this project. Come back 6 months later. They're doing the same thing. Why? It's because the chief executive in Japan cannot fire employees. It's just part of under extreme and rare circumstances, at least for the history of the last 30 years of Japanese culture, you couldn't do it. That's slowly changing in Japan in maybe the last 5 years, but before that, for the last 30, 40, 50, 100 years in Japan, it's not a thing that you do in the culture. You can't fire employees. Well, if you can't fire that employee, that means you cannot hold them accountable for whatever failure that is.
They stopped with the rod.
They stopped with the rod. Exactly. It goes back to the household principle.
Everything starts at the house. Patrick Bet-David said a quote that is very, very scary to me. Okay. He said, I'm scared we're going to be the generation that loses God's favor. And why that scares me is because I grew up in this country where it was really outstanding to be standing with your God. And then it slowly started getting, maybe we shouldn't invite God into the schools and in the country. Yeah. And then it started to go like, oh, you talk about God, you're weird. This is the true factor that I see with our history books in the Bible. If you lose respect for the Heavenly Father, then you start losing respect for your earthly father. Once you start losing respect for your earthly father, you have no respect for yourself. And when you have no respect for yourself, you start acting like a demon. And now I'm starting to realize that the people around me care so much more about what God doesn't want you to do, that how are we not going to end up in hell's fire? How? It's impossible. If I turn this light off, the room becomes dark. If you take God out of it, life ceases to exist. So how is it that we could go and openly talk about everything else they want to teach our children, but we bring up God and we're the outcast? If we don't stand up for our God.
Dude, this is a horrible gaming experience. How do you live like this? Well, I don't know, Linus. I don't have time to research upgrade.
God in this country today, there will be no country tomorrow.
I believe that. I think our founders believe that. I mean,
So how do we bring God back into our country?
You take out your. Does anybody have your wallet on you?
I do.
Have a dollar bill in there?
Let me see.
Let's see. It's a cashless society anymore, but
yeah.
Actually, that's one of the things. Okay, let's get a $1 bill. Let's see.
I don't have a $1 bill.
Let's see what
show's
you
doing
have.
really well.
Let's see what you have.
I have 100, I have 20, I have 10.
Let's see.
Here's 100. You can keep it. Thanks for your time.
It's in the back of everyone. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anybody have a $1 bill? Actually, first of all, it's on the back of each of these, right? It's on the back of every one of our dollar bills. In God we trust.
Yeah, but who's God?
Right. Well, I think there's. So that's a good question to discuss.
Yeah,
I mean, the beauty of this country is it was founded on. So I'm Hindu. You're Christian.
But Hindus believe that God was even a Buddha, right?
There's one true God. The thing I was going to actually point out was on the back of the $1 bill is the seal of the United States.
I like Vivek. I don't know.
And people don't talk about this enough. It says, "In God we trust." One, and so it's sort of a play on words here, right? Because it's one as in for this is the $1 bill.
Yeah.
Right. It's $1. So it says one, but that one is located underneath In God we trust. And then on the left-hand side here, you got some interesting things going on. Annuit coeptis, novus ordo seclorum, which means it's sort of in the order of. Actually, you guys want to just look that up, right here. I want to get this right. I know the spirit of what it means, but since we're going deep on this, let's actually just talk about it right now.
Yeah.
Novus ordo seclorum, annuit coeptis, and then you look at the back of this.
That sounds like a spell.
It does. So
is this Wizardly Waverly Place? What's going on?
So let's do that. Annuit coeptis, which is classical Latin. It's on the back of our dollar bill, right? These guys. It is called the Great Seal of the United States. It says, "He favors our undertakings." Okay, that's what that means.
It's crazy that it says he
favors our undertaking, because it related to actually.
Yeah, you're calling back to it.
What you were talking about with what Patrick Bet-David was saying, the generation that God will disfavor. Well, at the start, it says, "In God we trust," one for the $1 bill, annuit coeptis, which means he favors our undertakings. But the way it's translated in English today is providence has favored our undertakings. And then at the end of it, it says, at the bottom of it, it says this other thing in Latin, novus ordo seclorum, which is also in the back of the seal. And this actually just tells you even more extremely how our founding fathers were thinking about this. It means new order for the ages. So they were creating a new order for the ages, in whom divine providence trusts. Okay. In God we trust, they then put it in English, and then put it under here, it says one, standing for the $1 bill, but also the foundation around which we're built. There's a pyramid with a little bit of an eye. The top of the pyramid is like an eye looking over that pyramid. So the pyramids of Egypt are actually very interesting, because they were built by a society that thought of themselves as the origins, the progenitors of the greatest civilization of their time. And they thought that there was a certain holiness in what they were doing. Our founding fathers in 1776 thought of themselves in that same spirit of setting in motion this new order for the ages, but it was still one nation under God, guided by that divine sense of providence. And so we can debate, our founding fathers had the debate. You have several of our founding fathers, even Thomas Jefferson was not a traditional Christian. He was what he would have called of himself a deist, right? So somebody who believed in Christian principles, but who believed in the philosophy of the teachings of Christ, but did not believe in the individual miracles from the New Testament. And so he cut out from there in the New Testament the teachings of Christ, but minus the stories of the miracles, and created what you would call the Jefferson Bible today. It's in the Smithsonian. But regardless, but it was still one nation under God, guided by that divine sense of providence. And so we can debate, our founding fathers had the debate. You have several of our founding fathers, even Thomas Jefferson was not a traditional Christian. He was what he would have called of himself a deist, right? Somebody who believed in Christian principles, but who believed in the philosophy of the teachings of Christ, but did not believe in the individual miracles from the New Testament. And so he cut out from there in the New Testament the teachings of Christ, but minus the stories of miracles, and created what you would call the Jefferson Bible today. It's in the Smithsonian. But regardless, all of our founding fathers, with maybe a couple of exceptions like Thomas Paine, who was an atheist, saw our nation as following from the divine providence of the sole higher power and the sole higher being, the one true God. Now, different religions will call him by a different name. You have John Adams, who became a scholar. Actually, he was Christian, but he became a scholar of Hinduism in his time after he left the White House. But what they believed was, yes, we're one nation under God, but God has put us here still for an actual purpose in this civic realm, where even atheists who don't believe in God can still participate in that civic purpose. But the people who set it into motion still saw it as transpiring with the shadow of God behind them. And so it's interesting where, like, today you forget about that, but even if you just open your wallet and just take out a $1 bill, it's hiding right there in terms of the ideas that set the nation into motion. And I think we would do well to at least bring that back into the conversation instead of treating God as a four-letter word, as we've grown to today.
They're using his name in vain, and using the name in vain means it's useless. And there's a Bible verse I wanted to share with you. And I wanted to share with you so I could take the time to share it with people that are listening. For men with faith to build on this faith. it's the Valley of Blessings. And there was this king, and he had a beautiful land. And 2 other allies were coming together. Both allies that he was about to fight had greater armies than him. So on the right, bigger army than him. On the left, bigger army than him. They're coming to take his land. And so he goes to God and he goes, there's zero way of beating this. There's zero way of beating this. We don't have the resources. We don't have the manpower. We don't even have anything of what source to even come at them. We'd be wiped out in a second. And when I read this, I go, man, that's how I feel right now. I feel like I look at the media and I go, this is just so much bigger than me. I look at who's running for president and I see a man like you saying everybody else here is bought. I'm seeing the man that we want to believe in is about to be thrown in prison. I'm seeing a chokehold on every exit that we have to bring this country back on its feet. And then I read this and I go, okay, well, what did they do? What was their plan of attack? And the Lord said, it's not your battle no more. It's mine. So when you go there, put down your weapons. Don't even look at them as enemies. I want you to rejoice. I want you to pray. I want you to give thanks to me and let me know it's in my hands. So I go, okay, what happens next? And then I realize the 2 enemies that are coming at him in the story, they turn on each other. They fight each other, and then when one of them wins, they turn on each other then. And then when they got to where they needed to fight, the war was over. They already won without even raising a sword. They gave it to God. And right now, I'm not trying to run for president. I'm not trying to push anybody on my God. I'm just trying to say, if you want to get this country back on its feet, start respecting the God who created this country.
Amen. And I think that's part of the loss of self-respect actually comes from, I think, the loss of a belief in a God higher than yourself, right? Individual, family, nation, God.
If you can't humble yourself in front of God and you can't be humble yourself, then it's hard to have like self-confidence and be confident in who you are and be like, no, these are my choices and I stand on what I believe.
Sure.
You don't have humbleness, you just don't have that.
Let's pivot to situations that are happening as we speak. I want to learn, and again, I sit in this chair as a student, not somebody's pointing fingers, as a man who's getting his resources, his knowledge, his wisdom, so that way I could roll up my sleeves and get to work. Not trying to point the fingers, not trying to get angry, but I'm confused. As much as I want everybody in the world to be strong. Before I get into this, let me tell you a story. I was in LA. My mom and dad were paying for my stay. I was at Subway. My mom and dad would give me $200 a week to fill my gas, get food, whatever, right? It was Thursday night, 10 o'clock at night. I had only $20 to my name left, but I'm gonna get refilled tomorrow. And then I see a man in front of me about to pay. He's throwing 75 cents at the man, and he goes, "Can I get a cookie?" And I go, "Bro, I could eat tomorrow." So I paid for him, and I went to bed hungry. And it got so hungry, my stomach started hurting, that I had to call my dad embarrassingly, and I'd be like, "Dad, please, like, could you send me some money? I need to go get food." And he reamed me. He goes, "You're not in a position to help anybody if you can't help yourself." He goes, "Never, ever, ever, ever try to go and help somebody else and then fall on your feet, because then somebody else is going to position themselves over you." He goes, "Be strong with your foundation, and then when you're strong and you're confident, then you help your family. When your family is strong and confident, then you help the other people around you." So what I want to know, knowing that from my father, a good man, a great man, that told me, do not help other people if you're in trouble. Why is it that we're running to other countries and helping them with their borders when we ourselves have no border control?
I think it's a form of escapism, actually, from our own plight. As the expression goes, riding an airplane, right? Put your own oxygen mask on before helping the passenger next to you, because you're going to, in the end, do neither of those two things well in the first place. And so that's a big part of what we're happening right now is, first, how about helping yourself? Then how about helping your neighbor or your colleague or your classmate or the person in your community? And then maybe we can get to solving hunger in the Congo, and then we can actually get to solving whatever other global calamity, a lot of that's made up anyway, that we have to worry about in the first place. But I think right now, it's almost a form of escapism, where solving some of the problems we have at home looks so daunting that we're deflecting the public to say, we all have a hunger for purpose, right? We all need to fulfill our hunger for purpose. It's pretty darn hard for us to figure out how we're going to address the wave of mental health epidemic, et cetera, raging across this country. Young people with their starvation for purpose. You have veterans committing suicide. You have suicide and depression and anxiety spreading like wildfire across this country. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with that, but let me just focus on climate change from the mountaintops of Davos. Let me worry about Ukraine's border and somebody else's invasion across somebody else's border, rather than actually look in the mirror and taking care of our own border invasion right here at home.
From my perspective, it looks like they're just pocketing the money that they're taxing us while pretending that they're good people.
Well, that's definitely the people on top, right? But, but that trick only works if our culture is able to be exploited into it. So I think for our culture, what's happening for the people who are buying this up is it's a form of, you can't solve what's right in front of you, so let me at least feel good about myself about something that's distant. Because even if it hasn't been solved, the further away it is, the more I can convince myself that it was solved and that I contributed to doing some good anyway. Now, the people on top, I mean, they're all bought and paid for. I mean, it's all corruption all the way down. You look at the way that the very people who are advocating for more war in Ukraine include people who have interests in military contracting firms that make more money from going to war. You have the lobbying effect of people.
Why is lobby illegal?
It shouldn't be. I mean, somebody should explain to me why it
is
isn't the public interest.
That is.
I'll tell you why. I'm going to tell you mechanically why it's legal. It's legal because the people who have to vote against it are the very people who are benefiting from being lobbyists afterwards. So if I was president,
This is the mafia.
It's what it is. It's a cartel.
Okay.
It's a cartel running our government. I don't think you should be able to lobby the government for 10 years after you left the government. I don't think you should be allowed to trade individual stocks if you're a congressman or a bureaucrat that's regulating different industries. I don't think you should be able to join the board of a company for at least 10 years after you've left that government if you've been actually doing business with that company. I mean, that was my issue with Nikki Haley in the debates. She joins the board of Boeing. Literally, her first act after leaving the government is joining the board of Boeing.
And she was bankrupt before that.
Oh, and by the way, she had done special favors for Boeing the entire time that she was in government to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. You tell me they weren't waiting nice and warm with a well-paid board seat right afterwards. So Republicans do it, Democrats do it. So I would say no trading of individual stocks, no joining boards, no lobbying. Add term limits for the congressman as well. I would end the super PACs, the system that allow you to pay millions of dollars to donate to a candidate, even though the technical limit is $3,300 because you use a separate vehicle to do it. That's happening in our politics. How does this advance the interests of the American people? There's no good answer to that question. So here's how I would have done it if I was elected president, and this is how I think it still can be done. I hate doing it this way, but this would work. Is you tell the people in Congress, okay, here's the deal. No lobbying for 10 years until after you've left the government. I would say no lobbying at all if you could get there. No trading of individual stocks, all of that. But as a concession for you voting for it, it doesn't apply to you, for the people who are already here. You're grandfathered in. It only applies to the people who come after you.
Smart, because then you divide them.
Totally.
Right.
It's the same story that you just told.
And
exactly.
you know what? Those money-hungry efforts are going to be like,
yeah, we'll just do it because it's popular.
And then
this is popular, but I'm protected because it's not against my own self-interest.
Nice
right?
play.
So you got to use, and that's the thing.
You got to feed their ego.
And so I'm a businessman. I'm not a politician. But I'm also a pragmatist.
Might need that.
But
if you want a country and you want to build it right, go look at a man who's building something.
Absolutely, who's actually created things in the world. It's not a bad. And our founding fathers did that. By the way. You know, Thomas Jefferson, he was obviously the founding father, third president of the United States, wrote the Declaration of Independence. He also invented the swivel chair while he was at it.
Nice.
He was an inventor of a bunch. He actually invented an early version of the polygraph test. A lot of people don't know that. Benjamin Franklin, who signed the Declaration of Independence, he invented the Franklin stove, actually old model of stove.
That last thing you mentioned, isn't that the lie detector
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah.
Do you think this man knew that we might need that?
I think he knew something about what he was
I
putting
wasn't
in
even
motion.
trying to be a jokester.
Oh, absolutely.
I think
They had politicians in his day, too. So I think he knew a little something about the need for that.
I think he was in the mud, and he was like, oh, this could get a lot more outrageous.
This could get pretty interesting, yeah.
I want to circle to hunger, right? As a Christian man, I always want to make sure that people are fed, but I also don't like encouraging people to be lazy. When we see the people that served our military, that sacrificed their life for this flag, can't have any money to feed themselves, but we're giving everybody stimulus checks. I can't grab this in my mind. And the second one is this. I worked in the food industry growing up. Do you have any idea how much just one restaurant throws away food?
Oh, probably a ton.
A ton. So they're rushing our animals to get beheaded, and they treat them like crap, and they destroy their farms to rush them into the trash can. They're quick to take our money when we buy it for taxing, but they're not going to tax the people that waste money. So you're setting up the country for failure. So when you say, hey, you're going to pay $2 extra to buy this chicken, but at the end of the day, you know that that restaurant's going to throw maybe 500 chickens away. And they're going to do that tomorrow, and so is everybody on that block. Why are they so concerned with taking more money out of your pocket without taxing or penalizing people that throw away food? You don't even have to throw it away. You could pick it up and give it to the shelter, so that way we're not having shelter food. And there's division. So what I'm saying is I feel like everything that they put us in is a trap to make us pay for it later.
Divide and conquer is indeed the way of the elites exercising a lot of power in this country. But one thing I'll say is, I think there's a different kind of hunger that I'm also interested in, and it relates to your point about work, is I think that all of us, whether you're just hungry, you have people who are hungry on the streets, sure, but I think all of us right now are hungry for that sense of higher purpose, right? And so we have a hunger for meaning. That's not being satisfied at a moment where God and family and faith and belief in country and patriotism disappear. But part of how we actually address hunger in the literal sense is actually bring back the concepts that satisfy our hunger for purpose in the first place, like hard work, right? So I think it's not compassionate. I think it's cruelty to pay people more money to stay at home instead of to go to work. A lot of those same restaurants that are throwing away those extra food, well, one of the rate limiters that stops them from being able to expand and serve food to more people is the fact that they can't find enough people to hire to fill most of their open positions, right? So most restaurants, if they want to expand today, one of the top obstacles is filling those open positions. Why is it hard to fill those open positions? Because our government is actually paying people more money to stay at home instead of to go to work in the name of compassion. Now, in the short term, might that allow somebody to buy food that they otherwise might not have afforded? Maybe that's the justification. But actually, that's also what's driving an epidemic of depression and loneliness. You sit in your parents' basement smoking pot, playing video games. You're not actually satisfying your own purpose or meaning, and that's why, the very reason, the restaurant is actually having a lot of hard time finding an extra person to fill that open position, which in turn creates that cycle of waste. And so it's not like we can just look at one of those elements and say we're just going to fix this as a Band-Aid solution. We have to take a look holistically at what's happening. And part of what's happening is we have lost our ethos in this country of getting ahead through hard work and commitment and dedication. That the government has actually used our taxpayer money, the money that they're taxing, to pay people to do the opposite of. That's a big part of what has created, I think, a flailing economy that leaves in its wake from veterans to other individuals who are in need of food or suffering from increasing amount, even in the U.S., of starvation. Part of that comes from the loss of the first principle of hard work as something that we cultivate and value in the country in the first place. So that's how I look at it, is not going to look at isolated solutions, but look at the holistic picture.
Have you seen,
that's what I see.
Have you seen LA as a homeless problem?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever walk up to them?
In San Francisco, yeah.
And talk to them? They literally say, why should I work if I get 2 iPhones, if I get food?
Totally.
If I get a transportation? Remember when I said
human
sparing
beings
the
respond
rod?
to incentives.
Yes. Do you remember when I said sparing the rod?
Yeah.
No one gave them the rod. You go to another country and you're homeless, you're going straight to jail. Why? Because they're not putting up with that. Why are they putting up with that? And everybody wants to blame a mental illness. I hate to break it to people. Everybody has a mental illness. Everybody does. You know what that's called? A problem that you have to overcome. But if you just throw money at it to go away, you're not overcoming it.
I agree with you wholeheartedly that we're using money to pay people to do the exact opposite of what's even best for them, right? More money not to go to work instead of to go to work. But even bringing this back to the family, we're paying single mothers more money not to have a man in the house than to have that married man in the house.
Why do you think they're doing that?
I think because they want to exercise power, dominion, control, and punishment.
Yeah,
right?
because if the man's not controlling the house,
Uncle
something
Sam
else
is.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam is, right? So the woman's saying, I'd rather be married to Uncle Sam because he's writing me a bigger check than whatever you are. See that in the inner cities across this country. And so that allows Uncle Sam to exercise more power over the household than the real Sam, who was actually in there, who got booted because the woman had more of an incentive to collect the check from the government than she did from actually being a member of a stable married household. And that's exactly why fatherlessness has gone up dramatically over the last 6 decades, because you get what you actually pay for in this country. Now 25% of kids are born into a household without a father in that house. So in a certain sense, it's not surprising. You get what you pay for. That's what we're paying for, and therefore that's what we're getting.
And then sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, and then the kids, because you don't have both of those figures, I mean, a woman and a man brings two very different values to a child, then our kids are losing part of the hard work. You know, I feel like in a father figure, he teaches you like, okay, let's go outside in the yard, let's get this work done, let's do this, right? You bring so many different things into your character, and so you lose that, then we're also ripping that from people and our generation.
And it becomes a cycle, downward cycle.
I grew up in an environment where I came from a very established neighborhood. My parents did well. They're immigrants, but they figured it out. But my dad's, one of his stores is in the liquor store. And guess, out of all the places they wanted me to work, they wanted me to work there. Because they want me to taste what hard work and nothing out of that comes from. My dad would make me work a week. Like, I'm talking from the sunrise to the sun sets for $100. And my friends are getting like $1,000 a month for free. Just nothing. And I sat there and I learned from the opposite ends. I learned what it looks like to be spoiled and have nothing to work for. And I saw what it looks like to work every single day with your sleeves rolled high, but you have enough for the next day. And I saw a lot of things that broke my heart. When I found out that the government chips in for mothers and fathers that have children and they don't have a good income, I got so excited. I was like, yes, finally our country's doing something for these people. My dad started laughing his ass off. He goes, you want to see what this does? Come. And he showed me a bunch of our employees' neighborhoods. And we walked in, and my father takes care of the neighborhood around him. So if he finds out that a man went to prison and he was a good customer, he would make sure that there was bread on their table while he was gone. So I walked around and I saw the separation of people that wanted to work to achieve more, and then I saw a separation of a different type of class where they were purposely getting pregnant and sticking all these kids in one bedroom so they could get a monthly residual. They used their own system to benefit, but they're putting these kids through hell. I walked into that house, it smelled so bad. I couldn't even believe how bad it smelled. I couldn't stand in the room. And these are the people that are coming and grabbing Four Locos, and they're grabbing beer, and they're grabbing Swisher Sweets off the money that their children have in their house. So what I want to say is, thank God that there is a place where, if there is, unfortunately, a woman who's raising children, she needs help. But can I ask you something? Why isn't there anybody following up to see how these kids are being treated?
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's fascinating, man. I mean, that's the right question to ask.
I want to finish this up. If you're going to make sure that you're accountable before we give you life, before you adopt, we're going to run through every single thing you have in your house. But you're telling me now that these people are popping out babies and you're not checking in on this family that you're giving money to every month? There's not one person's job to go and, hey, make sure that this kid has his own room, has his own meal, has his own socks. Dude, the guys didn't have socks. That stuck with me. They didn't have socks. And yet now I'm at the cash register giving them their alcohol, knowing that their kids don't have fucking socks. How is this fair?
Yeah, to anybody. It's not compassion. It's cruelty.
It's throwing money at a problem they don't give a shit about.
That's right. That's right. And it goes back to, it's kind of like that same impulse of escapism that I was talking about, which is give your money to Ukraine, right? It doesn't matter that you're solving the problem there or not. Your problem's right here at home. It's a way of taking an action that makes you feel like you did something, which is an illusion, when in fact you're doing nothing or worse. Nothing or worse in the process.
The school system failed kids because how are we getting out at the age of 18 not even knowing anything? Bro, I'm 31 years old and I'm playing catch-up. I don't know anything.
Thriftbook's new reading rewards are sweeter than ever. And now you have 3 levels of benefits. With each level, you get more rewards for... What? It's on this side? Oh, okay.
That's going on. And I'm trying my best to be humble and accurate and a hard worker. But we're teaching kids Latin, that's a dead language that no one's ever used in their life. But they're not going to teach them how to pay their tax.
I do think that people should learn Latin. That way that you can study ancient texts.
You're going to teach
I think we're teaching them none of the above.
Nothing. They're not
we're teaching we're teaching them neither how to pay their taxes or how to actually do accounting, nor how to know how to Latin either.
You're setting them up for failure.
I think we're
how do we get there?
teaching them
Because
nothing.
this is what happens, right? You know how you wanted to play chess? Hey, it's a split. You guys get fathered in. What our children are our future. So why don't we start educating our children? That's where I would hit. I wouldn't even care. I would see this as a lost cause. These people are shaking hands with each other. I want to educate the children to say, hey, your fathers aren't doing well. You need to get educated because they're separating you guys. When I'm seeing my own citizens of America. How did we get to a place where me and you were born, where our parents would look and be like, you have no idea what kind of country you're in. And now I'm looking around and I'm seeing people tear each other down. We're on the same team. We are on the same team.
We should be.
And we lost. Is other countries interfering with our social media to tear us apart?
Some of them are, absolutely. But I think that we can't just blame it on somebody else, right? I think it's easy to point that that's happening. But we got to look within and ask ourselves, what is it that makes us fall for the trick, right? A nation of sheep is what breeds a government of wolves, right? And so we can blame the wolves, either our own government or actors from the outside. But I think the harder question is, what is it inside each of us that makes us want to bend the knee in that way? And I think that goes back to that fundamental loss of purpose, grounding, mooring. We're rudderless right now. Bring back the value of each individual, the value of the family, of the nation state, that I'm a citizen of this nation, not another one, that it is one nation under God, that I believe in something bigger than myself. Once we ground ourselves in that, then you know what? It's going to be pretty hard for somebody else coming in from the outside to divide you when you're actually grounded in your own convictions. And so, yes, there's a million things from the top down that I've written about in my books and elsewhere and talk about in the campaign, about how we have corrupt government actors working with companies and tech companies to do through the back door what they couldn't through the front door, the effects of China or other countries manipulating and artificially using social media to sow division in our country. Yes, it's real. But it's still that trick only works if we let it work, because we've left ourselves so vulnerable and exposed to exploitation. And I think where I'm moving now is much more less focused on the external. That becomes a lot easier to deal with if we've actually dealt with the vacuum of the internal in the first place. And that's not just going to be through politics. I mean, it comes through, I think, actually having open conversations in the next generation that's been taught to shut up, sit down.
I think it's the
do as you're
pendulum's
told.
coming back.
I think it is.
John F. Kennedy had an amazing quote. He said, stop asking what the country could do for you, but what you could do for the country. And I think we need that. But not only that, I think there was a thing my mom would tell me when I'm hopeless and I'm lost and I'm confused. And I pray, man, that this really enters people's ears, especially people that know who God is. Stop telling God how big your problems are and start telling your problems how big your God is.
I love that.
We need faith in this country. We need it more than ever. I'm tired of seeing amazing people around me. But I know that we're the laughing stock of other countries because we are so divided when we have a perfect opportunity to not be divided. We have all the resources. We have all the power. It just breaks my heart that, you know what this country is? I'll put it in a good term. This is what I feel, and I truly feel this with all my heart. I believe that God is a God that will answer. When you pray with all your heart, he answers. And I believe that all the blessings that we see with our feet up and the stimulus checks and the Fortnite with the smoking of the weed, and we're all living like kings and queens, because I believe that the men and women that built this country prayed to a God that their children would be blessed. But we're running out of time because that prayer wasn't answered for us. It was answered for the men and women that were rolling up their sleeves, getting to work and fearing God. So we're going to get to a point.
Nick Fuentes actually had just talked about that we're running off of the prayers of our ancestors right now.
Everything's going to fall over. And I really think that now it's not about war, it's not about our tax, it's not about our leader. We got to make sure that our eyes are on a fundamental that we could all live by. And you could believe in Jesus is your God or not, but go look how he changed the world without raising one sword. The whole world, not one weapon.
It's exactly right. Now, I think that spirit is something that we're missing today, actually. But how do we bring that? But what would you say is the way to bring it back? I mean, for me, I think it takes more people willing to talk about their faith in the open.
We need heart because
Yeah,
we all don't
absolutely.
care anymore, and we don't have heart into it, and so we're not pouring our passion and caring for our neighbors and really caring of what the outcome is. Same thing that comes back to giving people checks, but then there's no one checking in on those homes, making sure that everything is good with them, because that could help a lot of families. You know, like I come from, my mom had, you know, we had to leave my father, and so she was the one raising us, but that was truly like a situation where it was difficult. My mom had to roll up her sleeves, and she started back from scratch. She could have used some of that help, but it's unfortunate that there are situations like that where it's like some people really do truly need the help, but then other people are kind of ruining it for the others and taking advantage of it. But if we had more people with heart and who cared and who had something that they feared, then we would eliminate so many of these issues, right?
I think a good way of starting out, and that was unbelievably beautiful, and you inspired me to say this, is stop preaching with your mouth. I think that's the first step. Preach by your actions.
Yeah. What do you do?
You want to see a man who knows God, know him by his fruits. What is he doing for the people around him? How is he providing with his energy, not even just his work? How is he talking to the people around him? I saw your guys' debate, and to be honest, it looked like a comedy roast. It looked like you guys were just ripping each other apart, which is hilarious, but those are our leaders. So
That's
if
what
our
TV's
leaders...
That's what TV does to you.
But if our leaders are tearing each other down, how are we not going to tear each other down? That's the only question I have.
And the beauty of this is that I actually think our country is not nearly as divided as we're taught to believe. I mean, TV and social media creates a projection of division that I can tell you from being in roomfuls of hundreds of people across this country, from Ohio where we are now to Iowa to where I've been to everywhere else. I think 80+% of us in this country actually share the same foundational values.
I agree with you. Television is tell a vision.
It really is.
Tell a vision, right? It's a war factor. So when you said how do we get
it's
that?
Fake division.
It's one, waking up.
Yeah,
right?
just seeing what's actually true.
2, working with your chest out. But you know what's beautiful about when I keep telling people to put it in God's hands? Everybody in the Bible, David, who ran the beautiful country, was a shepherd's boy. He was a nobody. The father didn't even bring him to present him as an option.
Yeah.
So that should remind you, I don't care where you're at in life. I don't care where you could be in your mom's basement smoking, replaying Fortnite. Good. Start using your prayer, but most importantly, start acting like how you want the people around you to start acting. Stop waiting for the person to be a good person. Start being the good person. If you see somebody talking about Joe Biden and they're tearing him down.
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project.
And you want to vote for Trump, be a good representative of Trump and say, hey, stop tearing down Joe Biden. We're together. Start facing what you don't like about Joe, then we could discuss it. But tearing down each other is not going to get anywhere. It's not going to get anywhere. If there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in this room, and I kill off 3 because I don't like the way that they're acting, and another country comes and brings 10, 15, 20, they all get along, we're destroyed because we're divided. So we need to start. If you were asking me, how do we start? By setting a good example, watching your mouth. Seeing if somebody irritates you, don't tear them down. Let's build them up. And I think that's the only way that we can get ourselves back. It's kind of like this. Come on. If you really think somebody's beneath you, instead of shitting on them, come on. Come with me. Because if you had that attitude, I think that we would get along. And also, we're having a respectful conversation, right? We agree on a lot of things. But if I disagreed with you, how much eager would you be to work with me, do another episode where we're opening up eyes if I'm shitting on you?
Not very much.
Nah.
Yeah.
But if I say, hey, I disagree with you on this, this, and that, but hey, explain to me your position. Now imagine if I came to you by asking what you're coming from and caring from where you're coming from. And then now that I know where you're at, me and you could walk to where I am. And then you could make your own fair play. But me not even giving a shit where you came from, that's an abomination of a man.
Yeah, I do think that modern social media does play into that dimension of it, because you know, something gets amplified, or television too, in terms of number of views and advertisers, etc. There's a part of us, in each of us, that wants this, that wants what you described. But I think that there's the part of us that mostly guides people towards acting ends up being, in the shortest term, whether they click on something, whether they change the channel or not, is not something that actually pleads to their inner desire for unity, but something that pleads to their inner desire for division, even artificial division where none exists. And so it comes back to a lot of our own nature, where if you look at, I don't know, which tweet gets the most likes, right?
Hatred.
It's actually one that it's not focused on building somebody up. It's focused on what actually tears somebody down. And so it comes back to that inner vacuum and void that I think there is a side of each of us that the deeper true self wants what you describe. But there's a superficial version of self that guides us to behave in ways that are not really helpful to our own values in the long run. But our short-term impulsive behavior is really the backbone of creating much of the modern digital economy that creates that conflict, where 80% of us actually do share those same foundational values in common. But the way that we behave in the short run, in terms of how quickly I'm going to click on A versus B, is guided not by that shared commonality of value, but a short-term impulse within me that's different from the true me, right? And so then our society, even though 80% of us are united, appears to be different than what that true country really is. Does that make sense?
It does. And biblically, do you know what the Bible says about impulsive people?
What does the Bible say about it?
They're fools.
Well, all of us are fools then.
That's a lot of
99%
Proverbs.
us are.
Actually, you know what, too? And I feel
'Cause
like...
I think most of us are impulsive people.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the first things that we need to do is become aware that we are this way. Once we are aware of it, because actually it's something that we were working on ourselves. We told ourselves, you know what? We need to stop gossiping. No gossip when you're with people, when you're a group of friends. We don't need to be gossiping other people, talking crap and all that stuff, right? It's a very easy thing that we all do in conversations because it's easy to relate with someone. Oh, you just like this person? Yeah, me too. And once we started working on this on ourselves, we realized it. I noticed, like, I was in conversations with some friends of mine that I hadn't seen in a bit, and I sat around and I was like, my skin was crawling because I had no responses to what this person was talking to me about, because all it was gossip and negativity and talking about other people. But unfortunately, this person wasn't aware of it. And if you're not aware of the problem and the thing that you are used to doing, then you can't fix it.
And then now, imagine what you just described in a bilateral conversation being algorithmically amplified where there's 10 million people quickly deciding what they hit like on versus not. That then creates a dominant character that actually is different than what most people in a peaceful state of mind would say they actually want for themselves.
Totally.
Even that person who you're talking to, who's your friend or whoever you haven't seen in a long time, that might have been her impulse in the moment. I don't know her. I don't even know who it is. But my guess is, if you caught her on a truer version of herself, hey, what's important to you? Is it engaging in some sort of cheap chat gossip that's, tearing somebody else down for the heck of it because it feels good in the moment and gives you a serotonin hit? Or is it to actually find commonality of purpose amongst your community, even in those people who you disagree with,
100%.
to create something that you otherwise wouldn't have that's productive and powerful and healthy in the world? She would say that. But her short-term action, just like most of us, are the same way.
The same with us. We're not perfect. We do the same thing.
No, that's what I'm saying.
It's just our nature as human beings.
But we stopped working on each other.
And so how do we? I think that we're less successful, for me at least, if we try to flog ourselves for that and say, don't be that way, don't be that way, versus acknowledging that we're fallen.
Yeah.
And there are elements of us that are going to always have the impulse. I don't think you're going to ever correct for an impulse by scolding somebody out of it.
Amen.
Exactly.
Right.
So
just recognize that we have it, and that's your freedom from it.
I was going to sit there and be like, oh, relax.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God,
that's
stop.
not going to work. That's not going to work.
So
right?
this is a beautiful thing you said, because this is exactly what Jesus did. He condemned their actions, but he never condemned the person.
Yeah, or the element of them.
So check this out. When we were giving this influence to people, I wasn't like, yo, quit the jib jab, bro. That's above, like, you know what I mean? Like, I that's not how I behaved. I would be like, hey, I'm actually working on myself right now, and I'm limiting the gossip talk. I don't want to talk down about people. I brought it to me.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
so
this is something I'm working on. I'm trying myself.
If they want to hang out with me in the room, or if they want to go in the direction that I'm going, they have to carry themselves with respect, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna respect George, because he's working on this, so I'm going to work on this. And guess what? When she worked on this after I brought this up, then she realized, oh, her friends do this, and now she could genuinely bring it up as a concern about herself to her friends, and now see what's happening here? It's starting to move out of the circle, but it didn't start by me being like, hey, Vivek, you need to watch your mouth. It went like, hey, Vivek, I'm here as a student. I'm learning from you, and I'm working on my gossip. I'm doing this. Now you respect me, and you're saying, okay, let's work on this together. And now you're taking that turn. But it's different from me scolding you when you know yourself that I do that too.
Right, exactly. So we all acknowledge that about ourselves, acknowledge that about the people around us, and you invite people to, maybe allow their own inner lion rather than their sheep to actually be what guides their action.
100%.
And I think that that's where we are right now. Is there's a lion and there's a sheep inside each of us. And I think that if we allow that inner lion to awaken itself in ourselves and those who are around us, I think the more likely we are to get our country and our society and ourselves back in the process. And I think God is a great aid in that process.
Even if you don't believe in him.
So why reject the aid? You brought up an interesting point. I had a philosophy professor once who he's an atheist, but he says
no way.
But his
but always are.
But his recommendation, exactly, of course, right? But his he was talking
later.
It's incredible that the majority of the world hasn't seen this.
Black Lives Matter released their 990 IRS filing. They collected $80 million. Where is that money?
It's not here. Everything looks worse than it was.
Where have you seen that money impacted throughout the city?
to the students in the classroom.
I do not like this game. Oh! Why would he do that? Ooh, nice.
I'm to say, when you have kids,
Fancy.
I would still recommend that you raise them with a belief in God.
You know why though? Wait, do you know why though?
Yeah.
Because
Green too.
What?
Look at the green.
Yeah, that is cool.
It's good bright, huh? Dinner can be done anytime. I just gotta make the sides.
All right.
Are you gonna eat with us, or are we
Yeah.
gonna eat upstairs by myself again? How am I annoying?
you
Practical
do
age.
not believe in God, you can.
What?
I said I eat every single meal by myself,
No.
pretty much.
Mm-mm.
Do you want to eat now, or do you want to eat later?
Here in like a few minutes.
I don't know what that means. I need to know so I can
Not.
know when to start sides.
I don't know.
Not deny his works.
Yeah.
You can see a. Okay, let me give you an example. Would you, if you found out that this guy's smoking pot and playing Fortnite all the time, would you let your kids go be babysit by him, or would
No.
you want the Christian man that you know his values are great?
Take the Christian man.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that there's proof in the works. Now let me circle back to fatherhood, because the way you carry yourself is very honorable. I really respect
Thank
you
you, man.
because you're honest.
Thank
and
you.
and I really respect an honest man. And just to let you know, I would have voted for you.
I
I
appreciate it, man.
truly
Thank
would have
you.
voted for you. And I waited till now to get to know you a little bit more, but I truly would have voted for you. I want to know now, how are you carrying yourself as a father? When you're raising your two kids, what are you doing? And what are you trying to separate their actions versus the kids around them's actions?
Yeah, I think maybe it's starting, maybe picking up right where we left off. Let's not worry about the kids around them for a second. And let's sort of start with the own impulses that we recognize in our kids. One of the things that Apurva and I try to work on is you can see a lot of those, we used the word impulses earlier, those are wired into our nature from much of a young age. And so some of this is we set boundaries. So we've done something with our older son. It actually, he's 3 years old, right? But it kind of works where he gets to make the choices, right? So we have an imaginary system of like play money in the house, right? Okay. So if he wants to actually wear his own shoes, he actually earns a little bit of money in the process. Now, is that because we're teaching him to value money or the things money can buy? No, it's less that, but more the system of understanding that if I do something right, that I am rewarded in some way for doing it. And if I am going to be disrespectful to somebody around me or to my little brother or whatever, well, you know what? You lose your money as that same consequence. And so
I love that, though.
Yeah, and even some of the things he feels insecure about, like many kids do, right, is going to sleep at night. It's like one of the most difficult things because you worry about being alone. I think that's every kid's great fear. Well, we've given him a chance to say that on those occasions, right? If he's done a good day's worth of work, he gets to sleep in mom and dad's bed, on that night, and he feels a sense of security. But on a day where he hasn't necessarily done that, he has a chance to reflect on what that was, and we will put him to bed on his own terms. And that almost was a way of actually overcoming a fear of something completely different, right? You're afraid you're in the dark in your own room. Am I all alone? But instead actually gives him a sense of reflecting on, maybe if I had done things a little bit differently today, then maybe I wouldn't be feeling this way. But ironically, that actually allows him to overcome his own fear of sleeping in his room alone.
You fixed his focus.
Yeah, it's a reframing.
You fixed his focus. Are you more concerned about your problems, or are you now more concerned about these new obstacles I put in front of you? And you're like, okay, I got to make dad happy and put my shoes on
Less
today.
about you.
And that gives him his sense of empowerment, actually, in the process, too. It's just small things, but I think one of the things I've learned about, I'm still only 3 years or 3.5 years into parenting, but one of the things I've learned is framing matters a lot, actually. So even the same set of facts, just how you frame them for a kid, and I think it goes for other aspects of your life, too, but it definitely goes for parenting, is the framing of the same situation, same truth, same reality, but the different framing of it can often make all the difference along the way.
Could you give me an example?
Yeah, I think that, like let's say he has done something that he would, let's say he hit his brother, okay. Framing it as, okay, this is something that is like a hard boundary. I mean, I've tried it both ways, okay. There's a hard boundary of something that you're not allowed to do. That then becomes a question of being framed as, okay, I did something that my father saw me do that I shouldn't do. But just being told by my father that I wasn't going to that he saw it is one framing of it, which is just, okay, that's a rule, but I still might break the rule sometimes. Versus a system in which we understand that, okay, you've made a poor decision. Here's the consequences of your decision, and you're going to live with that consequence, right? Now, whether or not, I saw it, what the experience that sticks with you is the consequence of what actually happened to you. That allows him to think about the fact that, okay, my actions actually have consequences versus am I following a strict rule that doesn't have any consequence attached to it other than the fact that I just got yelled at for it. So I think it's the same thing, the same situation, but how you frame it in terms of, is it something that actually has a consequence to you, or is it something that you're going to be scolded at? Is something that makes all the difference in the world of guiding his actual behaviors. And I bring that up in a kid. I mean, he's a 3-year-old kid. It behaves no different than every 3-year-old does. But it's not that different of a principle, even when we think about how we structure.
All right. We'll be done.